right. All right. Hey, how y'all doing? What's going on? Girl, we have some more information to tell you guys. The news outlet just came out with more information. You guys know they had court today. And honey, I have found out some more information. Now, you guys been telling me about all these other people on social media that know these people. Yes, yesterday on a live yesterday, I found out that it is another person. They said he's 18 years old and he is anonymous. He does not want to be named, and the police have yet to pick him up. They said it was an 18-year-old there at the sleepover. Now, you guys know this was a sleepover turned to a horror story. They all planned, and come to find out, it was gang banging. They was all gang bangers. My girl tells me they were in a gang banging. They was in a gang called My Lords in Alabama. And they had a lot of issues with Mahogany. I've been hearing that Mahogany has been setting a lot of men up. They said she specializes in setting a lot of black men up, thugs. And these gang members that has been set up by Mahogany has been waiting and looking for revenge. And this night they had all planned on taking her out of here. This was not a mistake. They had intentions of taking her out that night. Tasia, that was her friend that she went over to apartment. Now, did Tasia know that they was going to end her life? I wouldn't put it past her. Possibly so. Possibly so. I would not put it past her. But this is a horrible tale of a sleepover gone wrong. Tasia, her friend, invited her over for a sleepover. And when she was in a middle of the night sleep, she was bombarded by these gang members called My Lord. They had an 18-year-old there. He was anonymous. They did not show his face, but he did record a lot of this stuff. They said they recorded it and they was going live stream on Clubhouse. It's an app that calls Clubhouse. And it was for their gang members. That's why they was going live. And they said that they had a pow to the 18-year-old boy, man, that was videotaping all this, okay? And honey, the stuff that I'm finding out is horrible. So this guy, this is the one that ended her, which was Jeremiah. He's 18. The one right here, he had court today. Come to find out, he is in a relationship with Tasia. And they have a baby together, okay? They have a child together. She's 26. He's 18. And he was the one that took Mahogany out. He was the one that shot her. And he also was accused of doing a Sodom and Gomorrah on her, doing it in the back door, taking an essay in her. Now, you would say, if that's your boyfriend, if that's your baby daddy, how in the hell would you want him or be okay with him essaying or being anywhere intimate with another girl? And let you guys know, this stuff right here, this was demonic. This is not normal. Nothing about this case is normal whatsoever. They were all in a gang together, and they set Mahogany up. And I'm just blown away that you have two people that have a kid together. These are parents. I mean, don't that just wow your mind? Most of these people on here got kids. All of these people got kids. Tasia got kids. Jeremiah got kids. Mahogany got kids. These, girl, when you think about it, the next generation is raised by parents like this. Ain't that deep? When you think about the next generation is going to be raised by parents like this, isn't that deep? Girl, Honey, ain't no sight for this community. We are through. Do you hear me? We are, listen, I thought we was lost, but come to find out these are the parents. Oh, we lost. We are lost. So I want before I play the audio, and I see caller 253. I'm so glad you called in here because I am taking phone calls all tonight. And I'm going to get to you right when I get finished playing this because it is a news outlet that I want to show you guys that just brought up, and I also want to share with you guys on Facebook. They have text messages from people that live in Alabama that know more about this case when it comes to Mahogany. I know yesterday when we talked about it, the thing that got everybody mind was the text message. You guys remember it was a saying, everybody was saying that Mahogany was the one that texted her mom, hey, I've been kidnapped, call the police, I'm at apartment 3, Tasia. Now, somebody put something in my head and they said that was not Mahogany that sent that text. That was the anonymous 18-year-old boy who was videotaping everything and he was looking for a way to escape. Now, I don't know if I truly believe that. I'm still on the fence with that. But because it was 7:30 that she sent that, people were afraid or confused with the time zone. Because if she sent 7:30 Mahogany to her mom, hey, I've been kidnapped, call the police, 7:30. That means in Alabama, the sun is setting, right? So that means we have sunset and it's not dark. Now, the videos that's going around, we see Mahogany in the dark outside with people jumping on her. So if it started at Sunday at 7:30 a.m., people are believing that this continued from 7:30 in the morning, Sunday morning, all the way through the next morning, all the way through the next night. So hold on. Okay, not next morning. Okay, we got 7:30 in the morning. Okay, that's when Mahogany sent out the text message. 8:30, what's going on at 8:30? They moved her body. 8:30, 9:30, I'm assuming the police came to Tasia's apartment and somebody said, oh, she left at 2 o'clock that morning. So at this time, the police did not know what to do. It was a cold case. Nobody turned up and nobody was saying anything. People feel like at 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, Mahogany was still alive, moved in different locations amongst the gangbangers, okay? So 10:30, 11:30 in the morning, Mahogany is still being kidnapped. So this is the part where, she's been kidnapped. She's in a different building, an empty building. We don't know where. Her mom is looking for her. Her mom is calling and she's talking to people on YouTube, bloggers. Can you help me find my daughter? The police like, well, they said she left at 2 a.m. and we don't have anything else. What can we do? So I guess 2:30, 3 p.m. Mahogany is still out there, 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Still out there looking for Mahogany. And I guess around between, because it started getting night around 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. that Sunday, between 6 p.m. and 12 or 11 p.m. that Sunday night, I'm assuming that's when they moved her in the streets. And that's why we saw the video footage of them beating her up in the woods. And the police said Sunday night, Monday morning at 2 a.m. is when they discovered her body. Okay. So that was that. And that's what makes sense to a lot of people. Okay. Because if it started at 7:30 in the morning, the sun is still out. And we saw video footage of her in the dark in a fetal position while she's getting stumped out. So that was a while. And people feel like, Where was people all this time? People feel like Mahogany mom should have brought her family over to Tasia house and demanded answers and demanded for Tasia to speak up or say something, but that didn't happen. And I know the mom, it looked like she did press the police and she showed them the text messages of her daughter being there. And I'm assuming the police said it didn't feel right because they went over there and Tasia representations told them that she left at 2 a.m. And then when the police actually saw the text message, they knew that something was up and they started to investigate. And I'm assuming when Mahogany's mom got that text, she could not send the text in to the police, but she was just probably told the police, hey, my daughter is at Tasia's apartment over there. Please, she's being kidnapped. I'm assuming that's what she probably told the police. And at the end of the day, the police didn't have the evidence of the text. They were just going by hearsay. So I think it's a different ball game when you show the police these are texts and this is real. Okay, so we are here and we're trying to figure out this all together. And we know that this guy right here, he was on a videotape. He's 18 years old and he was the one that killed her and tried to essay her. And he's also in a relationship with Tasia, which has been her close friend, the same girl that she fight on and off with. Tasia was the one that set her up with this. And we also hear rumors that Mahogany was talking about people, baby daddies. Okay. And I want to go here to this Facebook post that you guys told me to go to. Credit to Two Guns Vito. And here he has messages from people that know these individuals. And it says, about a month ago, I'm not saying she deserved any of that, but that is true. The two leaders was Tasia and that big dude. Y'all may have, and I think it was like 3 or 4 big dudes that was there. It says y'all may have the video, but one video of the big guy stumping her, not just kicking her head, but stumping her head. So they are saying it was a big guy. He's about 6 feet and he weighs around 200 pounds and he was stumping her head in, not just kicking it, but stumping. Okay. And they did record this. And it says, wish I had it, but I don't. Just know it's facts. So also in this screenshot, let me see if I can move this screenshot a little bit more so you guys can see it. Because it was also, they were sharing on that screenshot that Mahogany was setting up a lot of guys, and this was part of the revenge. And the guys that she was set up were gangbangers. So let me I'm trying to see when he shows the videos, the screenshots that is. So I think he's going to come and show it really soon. I'm looking for it. Okay. So make sure you guys like this video, share this video, subscribe to this YouTube channel. All right. And it says Tasia got jumped by 6 people in the shower. Now, I did not see the shower scene. That is new information to me. Did you guys see a shower scene? Press 1 if you guys seen the shower scene. Press 5 if you did not hear it. So here it is. They are saying Tasia got jumped by 6 people in the shower. All right. And Tasia is this girl right here. Okay. So I guess getting jumped to them is nothing. Getting jumped to them is normal. This is a day of life for them. This is Tasia, the girl with the braids. So they're saying that she got jumped in the shower by 6 people. It says Mo, and Mo is short for Mahogany. Mahogany is the girl with the blonde hair. This is Mahogany, and Mo is short for Mahogany, okay? So it says Mahogany did set people up, mainly guys, and she set a guy up about a month ago. I'm not saying she deserved any of that, but that is true. Okay, so it looks like she has a reputation of setting men up, and these men that she's setting up are gangbangers, and they did want revenge. And I'm assuming here the guys that they're talking about jumped on her, stumped on her. I think it will have to be this big dude with the big face, with that hair, look like buckwheat, that kinky hair on the top of his head. He looked like he's a real big dude. Okay, so or it could be the dude with all the dreads, or it can be all of them. Okay, but they were really mad at Mahogany, and we were trying to figure out why. But comes to find out that Mahogany has been setting up a lot of people. And these are the people suspected that she has set up, and they all wanted revenge on her. So they wanted her to be deleted, and they felt that they could get away with it. Unfortunately, they didn't. I'm glad they didn't. Okay, not unfortunately, but I'm glad they did not. Now she's gone, and they are about to lose the rest of their life too because they all got caught. Good for them. You know, if you have an issue, take it to the cops. But maybe it was street issues. I don't know about the setting up. But if somebody set you up and somebody physically harm you, call the cops. Don't take matters into their own hands. You are not justice, you know. I'm not for violence at all. So let's keep on going here. I want to see if there's any other text that he's sharing. All right, so I want to go here, and this is the latest video that just came out an hour ago, and this gives us update of the story. Check this out.
And now on that horrible and heinous murder of young Mahogany Jackson earlier this week. Ariana Robinson now is charged with felony murder and kidnapping. All this after one of the other suspects in this case, Jeremiah McDowell, was actually in court this morning. Our camera's there as he was facing a judge for the first time. Prosecutors say McDowell shot and killed Jackson while attempting to sexually assault her. He is going to stay in the Jefferson County Jail. Court records show 6 other suspects in this case will be in court themselves Monday. Tonight, we're hearing from family members of Mahogany Jackson and District Attorney Danny Carr about this awful case and the impact it has had on them and their community. Bria Chapman is live tonight with what she's learning from that family. Bria.
Yeah, Jonathan, like you said, awful is right. But Mahogany's older sister tells me she is at peace, but she still has moments where she gets very angry after hearing from officers that at least 8 people sat and did nothing while her sister was being sexually assaulted, tortured, beaten, and then eventually shot and killed. But they tell me that.
Well, I want to clear this up that it wasn't 8 people that just watched. It was 8 people that hated her. It was 8 people that wanted her demise. It was not like it was 8 bystanders. Each 8 person, they involved themselves by hitting her, stumping her as well. So it wasn't like they was just standing by on a public transportation and they were watching. They intentionally did not say anything because they hated her and they wanted to kill her. All right, so I just wanted to clear that up. And these are gang-affiliated people.
They will not focus on that. Instead, they will remember Mahogany and those happier times they had with her.
Long live Mahogany. We love you.
She was our baby. Like, she was literal baby. Like, the baby of the crew. We knew Hoggy.
That's how Mahogany Jackson's siblings and cousins say they will remember her. They tell me she was the life of the party who always knew how to stand up for herself. And her family says she did that to the very end.
My girl did what she did, told us what she was.
All right, so
help us out. I'm so proud of her. Like she.
Okay, so this is it looked like a recap. Now this story just came out 1 hour ago, as you guys can see, but this is not new. We've seen this before. But going back into her family and her family saying, you know, Mahogany sent that text. But like I said yesterday, I did get a word from a birdie of mine that was not Mahogany sending the text. It was an 18-year-old boy that was anonymous there, that he didn't want to be there, and the gangbangers made him videotape all of this, and they had the pow to his head. And some people believe that man, that boy, 18-year-old boy, was the one that snuck and sent Mahogany that text message letting her know help. Now, I don't know if I believe that side, but that is what people feel. People feel at 7:30 in the morning, Mahogany was already dead. Okay, they feel that um, at that time at 7:30, everything that happened, they feel like the live was Sunday morning around 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and they felt like at 7:30 she was already gone. Like I said, I don't believe in that narrative, but that narrative is out there and people do believe it, okay?
Did what she did, told us what she was,
Yeah.
help us out. I'm
Yeah.
so proud of her.
That's
like
one
she
thing.
did something.
Yep.
Yeah.
She did.
But you know what? When everything is said and done, they're going to have the autopsy, and hopefully the autopsy will tell us her time of death. And when we find out her time of death, we can add more layers and we can put the pieces together because we still don't know what time she was killed. You know, we do know her body was found Monday morning at 2:19 a.m. That's all we know, but we don't know when she was killed. Uh, Police says they felt that the body was took into the place in the forest on the mattress. They said they didn't find any shell casings on the ground where they found her. So they feel like the body has been moved, like she died. They killed her in another spot, and then they just planted her there in the forest. Now, I don't know how true it is because when I saw the video, I did see them out there in the woods, and I imagine that they just drug her from the woods to the mattress where it's right there. That's what I imagine. So it's a lot of things that are kind of like everywhere. So we're going to start answering some phones right now. So we would love if you guys call in, weigh in on this matter. This is our community. These are our girls, our sons that are involved in this mess, and our sons and our daughters have to be affected by this. So we need your voice. All right, calling from 257, 253, I'm sorry. You're live on the air. Welcome to the Messy Sweet Spot. What are your thoughts about this?
Hey, Gigi, it's Spicy. I was calling you to fill in some gaps. So I did some more homework, more digging, and I got you a timestamp.
Oh, yes.
Found out through some old videos that apparently Mahogany got on an Uber at 2:46. Now, I don't know if it's 2:46 a.m. or 2:46 p.m., but it was insinuated it was at 2:46 a.m. and that supposedly everything happened between that time and by the time the text was sent. And the idea is, or what they mention, I should say, is that the reason why a text for help was sent at all is because somebody in the group wasn't getting whatever it was they were promised to get. Because apparently there's some Cash App transactions that happen right after those texts for help were sent. And I'm not talking about her phone. I'm talking about the group. From my lord, there's people in that group that were sending people that were there present, all this stuff. But just so you know, the court hearing did happen today, and there were some really good updates because the family was there, and there was a 2-hour testimony, Gigi. There was a Mark Green detective guy, and he gave us more details. That they confirmed that it was Francis Hill that shot her.
What?
And
where can
and
I
they're
find
saying
this so
that
I
there's
can?
5 videos.
I would love to pull it up right now. Where can I find this? I'm going to pull it up right now. Where?
So it's al.com/news. So what you want to just search is Mahogany.
AL.com. Okay, I got it. Okay, so
Yeah, it's
now I'm going to
yeah.
look for the
Let's
video.
look at it together. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Let me know.
I would love that. And I just want to say thank you so much. I love when you call. You're so informative. And I just appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I really do.
Girl,
Um,
Girl, we're doing the best we can.
okay, so this is Mahogany, you guys, with red hair. These are some pictures of the crime scene. That is the mattress. I'm gonna put this down. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull it down. So you guys see the mattress, and if you can tell me this, Dicey, is this the mattress where they found her body at, like in this area?
Yeah, she was found under the mattress by a passerby. They saw her unmoving body there, and apparently her phone was pinging at some place called 5 Miles, which is dead end, which is that area. That's why they're saying that the text was from somebody else. It wasn't from her.
Mm, got it. And her phone was found where again? 5 miles away from her body?
No, that's the name of the place where her body was. It's also called like Dead Man's Inn. Let me see.
Dead Man's Inn.
Oh
Ooh, that
man,
sounds dangerous.
yeah, yeah, because according to our Birmingham rapper, he was taken there a couple months ago, so he knew the spot, and he got hit up by the girl's cousin. She said, "Help! They kidnapped the cousin." But by the time he got involved, she was already dead.
Oh.
So that's why they're saying like the streets already know what happened. It's just a matter of clarifying everything in court. So today's testimony really clarified a lot of what happened. They're basically saying that 246, she got in an Uber, got to the party, and it was supposed to be like a kickback. It wasn't even a sleepover. It was just like a kickback. But the girl started wailing on her, and soon after that, the boys arrived. And there's video of a man like pistol whipping her, stomping his foot on her head like a 6-foot man. Like, and then the girls were hitting her in the back of the head with bricks. And so there was a lot of insinuation. It wasn't just rumors about her setting up. I remember that apparently it was Tasia that was playing both sides, making everyone think that Mahogany had set up these people, but in reality, Tasia was playing everybody.
Wow.
So they're saying everything happened within those few hours, from 2:46 when she got in her Uber to the time that the message was sent. They said it wasn't like a 24-hour. It was just they had to get their hands on her, and her mom had given her $1,000 apparently cash that day. So she was excited. She wanted to have fun. She was looking for a good time. She wasn't expecting all that. But yeah, it's called Dead Man's Road. It's a dump
Ooh,
site on the 1700 block of Laurel Avenue. So,
that's
which is also known, I guess, as 5 Miles.
that sounds so creepy. Found my body at the Dead Man Avenue. Oh my goodness. And just to think they put her body underneath a mattress, not on top but underneath, and you guys, she didn't have no clothes on. Okay? So that is so gruesome. And I
But Gigi,
know, I know you say it was a party, but honey, this was a setup. They all
oh
set
yeah,
her up.
obviously.
They
Yes,
knew
yes,
what
yes.
they were going to do. They knew they were going to kill her, and it wasn't a matter of they going to jump her. They wanted to end her life. No way that big 6 foot man, big bat, all that weight, stumping girl in the bricks. Go ahead, Dicey.
You are absolutely correct, Gigi, because of these 5 videos that the authorities were able to detain. They were able to understand all the locations. Apparently, they abducted her at some person's by last name of Pope on McMillan Avenue, and they said that it was at Pope's house Saturday night, of all of whom she knew. And they said that they took her outside of his house where they showed Tasia and this guy stomping and spitting on Mahogany. And she's on the ground and she's being assaulted by so many people. And we've all seen the video with Tasia's like, straddling her and punching her. And Mahogany kept saying, there, just let me go. You won. And she wouldn't let her go. And she started taking off her clothes. She dragged her to a car. And in the video, this guy called McCall, he says, pop the trunk and clap, Giovanni clap. He was recording at that point. That's the other person that was recording.
The 18,
so that other
18 anonymous guy.
So he is actually a disabled person. He's crippled, and that's why he couldn't leave.
Okay, I'm lost.
There was
What do you mean by
that,
cripple?
Yeah, he couldn't move. He was at the kickback. He was on a wheelchair. They wouldn't let him leave. He was the one that told the police. He went to the cops. So they're thinking that he was the one that got Mahogany's phone at one point and pinned the address and sent it out. But we haven't discovered that yet. Right now, we know that she was moved, like you said. She was moved from the Serenity Apartments, from where Tasia was with her roommates, and other 4 videos that were collected. They were all doing so many horrific things that they were forcing her to do because she had a pow-pow on her head. And then, like I said, before they were making her say, yes, Lord. They were making her repeat the group's name as she was doing these things. And if she wasn't doing it right, she would get punished for it if the other person wasn't enjoying it. So
now, when you talking about that, I'm just going to take a reach here, jump. Are you saying they recorded her, the guys were sticking hot dogs or poles in her mouth and making her say, yes, Lord, which is the gang member's name every time they go in and out? Is that what you're saying while they were recording it?
Yeah. Yeah, and at one point, this guy, McCall, made Mahogany pull down her pants and told this other guy,
well, let's
McDowell,
not get too graphic. Let's not get too graphic.
Yeah.
If you can say
Sorry.
something else. She didn't have no clothes on. She had to take the bottoms off and did what?
And told another person there to SA her.
Got it. So they made her say these things. They told her on video camera, you better say X, Y, and Z. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, as they were putting the pow-pow on her head.
Right. Wow, this is gruesome.
They said that they took Mahogany from Tasia's apartment, Pope, Harris, and McDowell, and that they believe that she was pow-powed right after that, right after sending the help messages. So the authorities believe that it was her that sent the message, and that's the reason why she got pow-powed, because she sent the address or where she was.
Now, if that is true, she sent the text message at 7:30 in the morning. It's still daytime. The sun is still out. It's not dark. So how do we go from she sent that message at 7:30 in the morning till we saw videos of her at night? Can you explain that?
Yeah, because the kickback, the setup kickback was done Saturday night. So, but she ended up arriving like at 2:46 a.m. Sunday. So then you get that text message at 7:30. You're talking about 5 hours of torture.
Got it. So you're saying that she was tortured, and while she's bleeding, while she's tortured, then she sent that text message at 7:30 after she can't hardly get up and walk?
All I can assume is because this is what the authorities are saying based on the information they have. I'm thinking that Mahogany must have been put in the trunk and they must have not realized, that they had put all her stuff there together. Because I'm sure they didn't want to leave evidence, Gigi. So they must have, as they were taking off her clothes, somebody must have been collecting it and they put everything in the back of the trunk, including Mahogany.
And what
So
trunk was
I'm
this?
thinking,
Who car was this?
I'm sorry?
Who car was it?
No, that's the one part they don't mention. They just say that they hear somebody say, pop the trunk.
Got it. But we don't know who car and who was driving.
No.
Got it.
But all we know is who went. We know who went because the authorities gave us the names.
Got it. So I put the text message from her mom on a screen so everybody can see it. And it says Mahogany. All right. And this is a message from her mom. And I need to go to her mom's Facebook because you said her mom's Facebook has a lot of things. So I'm going to look at her mom's Facebook and we can look at it together tomorrow. I'm going to do a deep dive of Mahogany's mother so we can get more information about this because I know you said Mahogany mom, she does tax. She works with tax. She works with money. And I'm sure I would think that she knew her daughter was involved in dangerous people because they said Mahogany and this girl Tasia, they had a reputation of being dangerous and setting each other up and being very violent.
Well, apparently it's kind of like very well known that these people run in groups and it's like a family affair, if you know what I mean.
What do you mean by a family affair? Because the mom said that she knows all of these people. She said all these people are Mahogany's her daughter's friends, right?
So then Mahogany's got cousins who are also part of other groups. So that's how everybody's running into all these rumors and playing telephone with one another because like historical data showing that these girls have been getting each other's licks for a minute now, all over some stupid petty rumors and think over men that are dead already.
Wow, over a guy that's already dead?
Yes, ma'am. But there's something that happened 2 years ago, so that's not even clarified. And this is based on somebody named Blue who was aware of the misunderstanding of why Mahogany was being set up. Mahogany wasn't the type of girl to be setting up men. She'd go and run with her friends and they'd go get each other's licks, but she wasn't into setting up men.
Well,
that was something created.
Now that's interesting because you told me to go to Z Guns Vito. Remember, you recommended me to look at
Right.
him. So when I went
Yeah.
there, the first thing that came up to my screen was text messages that he was showing everybody. And I'll bring the text message
Yeah.
back up. And in these text message, it definitely showed him showing that Mahogany has a reputation of setting men up. And I'll pull it back
Because that's
up.
the rumor.
Okay, so you see it here. It says, I'm going to blow it up a little bit, but I'm sure you guys can see it on the screen. And right now, I'm getting this information from Two Guns Vito. They are saying the streets pay him to talk, and he knows a lot of what goes on in Alabama. And it says right here, Tasia got jumped by 6 people in the shower. And it also says Mo. Now, you guys know Mo is short for Mahogany, the girl that just got, she just got murdered. It says Mahogany did set some people up, mainly guys. She
Yep.
set a guy up about a month ago. So I'm assuming these guys do want retaliation. Girls do set up guys. That is not nothing foreign. So it says, I'm not saying she deserved any of that, but that is true. The two leaders was Tasia and that big dude, and I remember you telling me that Tasia was the ringleader and a big guy, and I guess you were confused with the big guy or big girl, but I definitely felt like it was one of these big guys there because it was so many. It was like four guys that were 6 feet that weighed over 200 pounds, and they were in their late 20s. It says y'all may have the video, but one video of the big guy stomping her, not just kicking her head, but stomping her head. And when I look at the guys, sometimes for me, when I look at people, I can tell how big they are based on the size of their face. So to me, this guy, he has a huge, big face. So I think he's definitely a big guy that was doing some harm to her. Now, when I compare these people, these guys, you could tell the big difference between the guy, Jeremiah, the guy that shot her. Do you guys see the different size in his face versus the other guy that's way at the other end? Do you guys see the big difference? You see how Jeremiah's face is definitely shorter. It's more narrow. It's smaller overall. But when you look at the guy at the end, it's massive. It's very thick. His skull is very huge. That lets you know he has big bone structures. So that is a big guy right there. We all know that Jeremiah, at the end, the one that killed her, that's in jail now. He's 4'11", and he weighs 110 pounds. And the rest of the guys, they were like 5'11" and up, weighing over 200 and more pounds. So they said the big guy is named Amp, okay? And it was more than that one big guy. It was other big guys there too. It was it was more big guys. So this is crazy, And Dicey says this also has something to do with prior beefs and situations with baby daddies and another guy that's already dead. So I guess this is, I can't tell who, I think I know who this is. I'm going to pull it up. I think these are some pictures today. It must be today. I see the big girl, and do you guys see her? So I'm going to match up this big girl right here. This is a girl, I don't know if you guys can see her well. I see two to three people. But the girl at the end, and I can see her big back with the afro, I definitely believe that is going to be, I believe they call her Giovanni or something like that. This girl right here with the fro. You guys can see those fros are matching up together. Now, this person right here, I can't tell from the back. I just know the hair looked busted and disgusted. I mean, I feel like we're looking at Don't Be a Menace to Society. Don't you know the comedy? When he had all that stuff in his head and that baby pacifier in his mouth. That is what it's giving. And it's sad because we're in 2024 and we still have people that that is
going
doing
back
that,
in time and stealing freaking hairstyles because they got no life.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm gonna go here, and I guess these are. Ooh, this is so gruesome. Look at this scene right here. Isn't this just gruesome? I mean, can you imagine the things that went on here with Mahogany that night? Look at this
it
scene.
around all over the place too. Apparently,
What
even
did
the
you say?
authorities are confirming that information as well. So there should be DNA everywhere, girl.
Look at that. That is so like, oh my God, I would be so scared. I would be afraid just being over here at night by myself. That's just frightening. Just the location itself is so scary. And just to know that they had her body laying under that mattress, under that dirty mattress. They treated her body like it was garbage, like they were just throwing out the garbage. And why would they throw the body out like that? It's almost like they wanted the body to be found. I'm thinking if you want to get away with the body, I know it sounds horrible, and I'm not a killer by any means, but I would burn it up, right? Get away with the evidence, because if you have no body, you have no case. But it seemed like they were so lazy. Dicey, wouldn't you think that somebody was going to see the body underneath this mattress out here?
Girl, the only thing that makes logical sense to me is the person that dropped her there wanted everyone to get caught.
Pretty much.
There's no other way that this makes any sense, because if I mean, you're really good at putting on your criminal hat. So you tell me, if you're part of a crew and you want to do it right, what would you do?
I would burn her body up. Burn the body up.
The fact that you didn't do that tells me what? That you want everyone to get caught, including yourself, right? Because you already got your DNA everywhere. You're not even wearing gloves.
You do have your DNA everywhere.
So what, you really thought you weren't going to get caught? You have 5 videos of this stuff. And then because you guys decide that, oh, she told her mom where we're at, what, they didn't read the message? Are they illiterate? Couldn't they see that she said, don't call me, call the cops? I mean, why didn't you let her go? You would have just gotten what is the worst crime when you beat somebody up? Kidnapping, abduction, they would have been 5 years, and they probably, you know what, Gigi, at this point, I'm thinking that these people were looking to do something to be put in jail for the rest of their life because they gave up on life. This is beyond. This is a war that we need to figure out how to fight, because this is too much. I mean, honestly, you look at this crime and then you start noticing all the other women who are going missing just the same way. There's another girl, Susana Morales, 16, girl, taken up by a military person that had challenges in stalking women, had already been reported like a year ago. 16, walking home from her friend's house. I feel like this is a war against women, Gigi.
I think you're
like
right.
Us women, I think us women need to stand up to the boys and teach them how to be men.
Yeah.
Because there's no way in hell a woman would allow her daughters to create a kickback party set up to beat this girl up and then allow 4 other men that she supposedly, allegedly screwed up with. For all I know, it was Kasia pretending to be Mahogany on a fake account and going after these men and getting money through them through Cash App or something stupid. Because you're right, Gigi. If somebody commits a crime against me and I have evidence, you go to the authorities. You don't call up, your little friends and say, hey, did so-and-so, has she done this? For all we know, maybe there was one time. And because that one time was proven, they all assumed that she was something that she wasn't.
Got it.
We're going to know the story. We're going to know the story soon enough. We got 2 hours of testimony that I'm just waiting for the, what is this, the Jackson County, is it, courthouse to release? Yeah, girl, I'm going to be on that like shit on flies. I'm going to comb it through. I'm going to cross those T's and dot those I's, and I'm going to call you.
Please
and I'm going to tell you what they said.
Thank you. Now, I will
but
say
at this point, I really think it's a woman. We need to stand up as women. I feel like it's a war against women. This is a global thing, Gigi. Am I going crazy?
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're absolutely right. But when you talk about the text message and what sticks out to me, if they did discover this, it's the word police. If you guys know, like I know, like they see police as like their number one enemy. And I think in the past, when Mahogany and Tasia, they fight each other, they jump each other. I don't know if police were ever called in with any of that, but for Mahogany to say call the police, I think that to them, what I hear is, that is triggering for a lot of black men when you say call the police. So that possible, I wouldn't hold it past them that it could have been a motive to say, hey, okay, we're gonna take her out now. She wanted to call the police. I'm gonna give you a reason to call the police or something like that. I'm not sure. However, I still feel like in my hearts of hearts, they were gonna kill her regardless. Regardless if they saw this text or not, they wanted to get rid of her. Allegedly, she was going around setting up people and they had a hatred towards her. It was definitely personal and they wanted pain. They wanted her to suffer. And I do believe they thought they were going to get away with it. I do believe that they have done this type of stuff to numerous of people. And I do believe they have gotten away with this. I do believe they have gotten away with this. This is not their first time doing a crime like this.
Not when it's organized this way. They have a whole group that's paying them to go hurt people. That's what it seems like. 30 people, and there's transactions of cash apps sending money to the people that were present, girl, after showing them that she was being hurt. And you know what? There's a live on Facebook too. Not just Clubhouse, but Facebook too. So I think this guy, the disabled guy on the wheelchair, he was doing everything he could to get help because he couldn't move. This is disgusting. How is it that men turn around and want to destroy such a young goddess? She was a mother to a 3-year-old. All the things that she could have helped out with the community. I mean, yeah, okay, so her mom gave her $1,000 cash, and what? It's nobody's business. And then they turn around and share that amongst them like it's oh yeah, this is my award for stomping and spitting at this girl that's talking shit. You kidding me? Yeah, you're right. Two Gunsvitos is showing those messages, but I don't know if you've seen any more updates. But just yesterday, he's calling out on a family member, saying that she lied to him. And so we're trying to figure out, so what's the story then? Well, what is it? All we know for real?
Lie to who? I'm lost. What do you mean, lie to who?
Two Gunsvito, he released some videos yesterday where he's saying a family member lied to him.
Whose family
they're
member?
not really clarifying.
Whose family member?
Didi. He calls them family in a group. They're on a group on Clubhouse because when he goes out to the streets, he basically asks all his friends to help out find people and whatnot, or he'll go out on the streets himself.
It's a good thing that I ask questions, right? Because if you did not clarify who he meant was family, a lot of us would assume that he's in talks to Mahogany family. So, I don't know. That's why I have to ask questions because I cannot assume. I cannot afford to assume. Not in this time, not in the world that we live in. And that goes for each and every one of you guys out here. You cannot afford to assume you know what a person is talking about. Ask questions, get detail. Oftentimes, a lot of people, they don't know how to communicate, and they don't know how to be descriptive, and they don't know how to express. So you have to ask the questions. What do you mean? So when he said family lied to him, he's talking about his followers. He's talking about his fan base.
Yes, his group, absolutely correct, Gigi. Thank you for the clarification. He's talking about those people that are giving him information from the actual streets, from their hearing. So yeah, you're right. This girl Mahogany has a reputation but it's alleged. And that is one thing that we're hoping we get some clarification in court where they can prove how she set up these men. You see?
Well, whether she set the man up or not, to me, that doesn't matter because we're talking about her death. We're not talking about the things that she did in the past. I mean, they have all probably done horrible things in the past. However, they're not on trial for the shit they did in the past. They are on trial for the murder of Mahogany Jackson. And that is all I care about. I was just adding more context to understand the motives, why these guys have so much hate. And it's possibly
Correct.
because of revenge. But please don't
Right, where
confuse
Mahogany's
me,
past
anyone.
was used on their court of law. And that's what they decided to be judge, jury, and executioner. You know, you got Ariana, who was the eighth suspect, caught lying to Blue, saying that she had left afterwards. But then they showed Blue the video where you see Ariana with the pink hair
Yes.
slapping Mahogany. And that's what they showed Blue. And they said, no, Blue, look, Ariana was there. So what is the sauce? And then you don't hear from Blue no more. So we're under the impression that Blue might get picked up for being a how you say, not a witness because she left before all the stuff happened, but like complicit, like she was aware
Yeah, she
about
was
what was gonna
aware.
happen.
I think Blue is guilty as well. She's not innocent. And like you said, you told me that they recorded it to show other people. Now, when
Yes.
you told me that, it's like, did somebody else pay them and they wanted to make sure she was getting dealt with? Was it to say, hey, you guys, I told y'all we're going to handle her, we're going to deal with the problem, and that's it? Was that the case of that, or were they just doing it to showboat?
Girl, there's 5 videos, and what we know for a fact is 2 of them were streamed live, one on a Facebook and another on a Clubhouse. The other 3 were found on people's devices there. And why they would do this is basically to hold something over their head.
They said that Blue Facebook page is No Love, and she is the leader of the group. And I'm assuming she's talking about. Are you talking about the group, the
My Lord.
group? Is that where you're talking about, Miss Wilson? Blue is the leader of that group, and they said she went live that same day from Birmingham. So when you say she went live
Right.
that same day, did she go live Sunday or did she go live Saturday? Which day are you
No, we're
referring
talking
to?
about the 27th. It was the 27th, girl. The 27th. So what was that? The Tuesday. You're talking about already because they found Mahogany Monday at 2 a.m. So now the street started to do, basically root cause. They all started talking to one another to figure out what had happened. And when they figured out what had happened, they put it out, and they wanted people to go get Tasia before the cops picked her up. But when they figured out it was Tasia that set up the party, everybody that was involved and aware of the group basically just said, no, let the cops deal with her. Apparently this group, when I say this group, I mean the group that Two Guns Vito has on his Facebook. So it's basically a lot of people from Birmingham locally there who were letting him know what was going on. And he kept suggesting, like, well, now everyone knows what happened, so go do your thing. But he was disappointed and very upset that nobody did anything because the followers were just saying, nah, let the cops deal with it. But it took the cops a minute to pick them all up because they needed evidence, Gigi. They didn't just want hearsay. They didn't want people assuming. They wanted hard evidence. And the hard evidence came when they got all those videos.
I
And one of those
understand.
videos came from the disabled gentleman that was forced to stay there.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, I'm still trying to look for this video that you were telling me about. Can you help me out?
So if you can't find it on his page, you could look for it in the YouTube page, the
Well, hold on.
V as in Victor.
I think
Go.
you're okay. I just want to let you know what video I'm referring to. I'm talking about the
Yes.
video today where they were in court today. Because I know you say go to al.com
Oh,
slash
yeah, yeah,
news.
yeah. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. Let me open up that page real quick.
Yeah.
So here it is. It's al.com/news, and then it's /2024 /03 and then it says Mahogany hyphen Jackson. Let's
Well,
see.
can you look at the
Chapters.
screen? Am I there? Because I think I'm on the site.
Let me see. Yeah, she's got the red hair.
Right. So is
Yep.
it video footage?
Oh no. So what you want to do is you see the top left-hand corner, the 3 lines. See if you could click on Mahogany Jackson's name so all the articles on her come up.
Okay. Okay.
So
Yeah,
scroll
I
down.
seen that before. The full coverage of the case.
Yeah, because there was one, they did an article today, the 4th of March.
Okay. So is the eighth charge, and is it this one? Um. No, it's the same thing. All right. Well, you
Hold
know
on.
what? Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow if you can send it over because I would love to look at that video in detail because I went to YouTube and I really didn't find too many videos there, but I would love to look at that case. And I think we all will love to look at that case. So possibly tomorrow we will definitely do that. So Dicey, I want you to stay right here. I want you to be my co-host tonight. So I'm going to take some phone calls. Calling from 334. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this? 334, are you there?
All right. Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Gigi?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. This is Jay from Alabama. I haven't chimed in since the whole Carly Russell thing, you know. But I wanted to set some records straight about the timeline of the events that was going on. Blue,
Thank you.
okay, I'm gonna tell you, I have a source close to the situation, and she is the main culprit in all of this. And I'm gonna give you a timeline, Blue. I'm gonna give you a timeline, Gigi, so you can understand what's going on.
Thank
Now,
you.
Blue and this whole little crew with Ariana and Tay and all of them, they've been rolling from the beginning, okay? Now, it started off with Blue rolling with the crew in the beginning. Mahogany wasn't with this crew in the beginning, okay? And in the beginning, they were setting each other up and setting up dudes and everything. This is true. Yes, they were. Vito definitely has some evidence to support this. He actually has more, but he's trying to profit off of it. But the thing is that Blue, she tried to make it seem like she had absolutely nothing to do with this when she actually pretty much set up the whole thing. Now, when Blue was running with them, right, they got into it and they ended up kicking her out the crew simply because of a botched robbery. Okay, because she used to drive in like real hot cars and everything, like stolen cars and everything. So when she actually bought her, because she had bought a yellow Camaro, and that's the crime that they did the botched robbery in. It was a dude named Ace who was driving the car. He was the one that was doing the shooting. This case is still pending, and she still and I was in the clubhouse. Like, listen, she was in the clubhouse trying to, absolve herself. And even Jeremiah, this guy Jeremiah, his baby mama came up in there trying to absolve him. She claimed that somebody put a gun in his head and forced him to do it. And, man, that's a lie. They were all in on it. And it was all because of jealousy. You feel what I'm saying? Now, Mahogany, whatever she was doing within the crew, I understand that she was a part of some of the things that was going on, but she was kind of new. You feel what I'm saying? Blue was the one who was like the original, person within the crew. Okay, now Blue is gay. Okay, she's a gay woman, and she been messing around with Mahogany and Tasia. You get what I'm saying? They were messing
I
around,
knew it.
and
I
all of
knew Tasia.
yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead. But then it threw me off when they
Okay,
said Tasia was messing with Jeremiah and they got a kid together.
yeah, they was messing around. But see, the dead baby daddy, Nithe, his name is Nithe, and it was all because of Nithe. And because if you watch the actual video, you hear Ariana, which was the 8th person that they picked up. She was the original girl in the video with the colored hair, hitting on Mahogany. And you're going to hear her talking about Blue, I'm not Blue, and all this crap. You right? You know what I'm saying? And she mentioned her baby daddy. You got my baby daddy in your name. All that came from Blue telling Mahogany about, see, the thing is, Mahogany and Nithe was fucking around low key. And
Now,
what's her name?
time
Ariana
out.
found out
Now,
about it.
Nise, that is a man. Nise is a man.
That's a man.
Now,
Nithe is the man.
is going with who? Who was Nise originally going with?
Okay, Nithe was originally the baby daddy of Ariana.
Of Ariana. Ariana, that's that
The
girl
girl,
with them big
yeah.
ass eyelashes.
That's the one
Okay.
who was hitting on Mahogany in the video.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me show them.
That's the original baby daddy.
Damn. Let me show. This is
Yeah, I got
Ariana
it.
right here. She wear these big ass eyelashes. I can't stand them. But
Mm-hmm.
this is her with the nose ring. So she was messing with. She have a baby daddy. Okay, what's his name one more
Yeah.
time again?
Nithe.
Nise. So she got a baby daddy
Nithe.
named Nise. So her baby daddy started messing with Mahogany, the girl that just died. Mahogany is in the blonde hair. Okay, so we got that. So what's going on with that? So Ariana, she was upset. She was jealous that Mahogany was messing with her baby daddy, having sex with him.
Yes. But see, Nithe had been dead over a year, and she had just recently found this out. That's why she was talking about two different things at once when she was attacking Mahogany. She was mad about the Nithe situation, and she was mad about what was going on between Mahogany and Blue. Now, I'm going to tell you, Blue, now that I'm trying not to cuss because this is ridiculous. But see what it was when that whole botched robbery happened with the yellow Camaro, they kicked her out the crew. And for about a year or so, she was on the outside. Now, Mahogany had just recently started hanging with them this year. Now, because Blue came into the clubhouse, and man, Vito was giving it to her. He really was, because she was lying all over the place. He caught her in so many lies. See, and so after the whole botch robbery, they kicked her out. It had been about a year or so, and then Mahogany started hanging with the crew this year. Now we only 3 months into this year. Now remember that, because that's important. All right, when Mahogany started hanging with them, I guess to me, from all the information I got, hey, Blue was jealous of that. But see, Blue was messing around with Mahogany and Tasia. You know what I'm saying? She's a gay chick. So she was giving little bits and pieces, talking about how she would go sneaky link with Mahogany, but they wouldn't have sex. Come on, who does a sneaky link and don't have sex, bro?
That's the part. The
Come on.
linking is the freaky part.
Exactly. So she was telling on herself. She was incriminating herself without realizing it. You know what I'm saying? So after the whole botch robbery and Blue chilling off to the side, and Mahogany got back cool with Mahogany got in the crew and started chilling with the crew, Blue came back and started talking to Mahogany. Now, my thing is, I think that with Blue, I think she got jealous because Mahogany was definitely getting a lot of love from the crew. You know what I'm saying? So I guess for her, I guess this was her way of trying to get back in the crew. You feel what I'm saying? Because Blue would go and tell Ariana things that Mahogany was saying whenever they linked up. That's what was going on, and that's what led to Ariana confronting Mahogany. You see, they all had fell out, right? Mahogany, Ariana, and Blue, right? They all had fell out with Tasia over different things, right? So at that time, Tasia wasn't really messing with him. Now you know Tasia is cousin with Ariana. and the other big
No,
girl,
I didn't know that.
right? They
All
cousins.
right, so hold on.
Oh yeah.
Tasia is cousins with Ariana. Ariana and Tasia are cousins, and the
Absolutely.
light skin, the big light skin Giovanni.
Giovanni, she's a
They
cousin
all
too.
three
She's a cousin too.
cousins. They all connected, all
Mhm.
family. Damn.
Mhm.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep, they all family, and there was a bunch of mess behind that. So, the reason, so Blue seeing that Blue seeing that Mahogany wasn't cool with Tasia anymore. I guess Blue used that as a way to get back in the crew. Because again, remember, she was running with this crew for a long time. You know what I mean? And they've been doing a little sneaky stuff for a long time. Now there's a case still open right now with Blue, Ace, and like two other girls who had went on that botched robbery with that yellow Camaro. You know what I'm saying? Because when Blue bought the yellow Camaro, she was all happy. She was posting it all on social media and everything. You know what I'm saying? So she allowed Ace and these other people to go try to hit a lick on somebody, and they botched it. And so they all end up charged for that. You know what I'm saying? So that's an open case, and she actually broke the case when she was in Clubhouse the other night, because she inadvertently told on Ace, because like somebody in the Clubhouse was asking her, it was like, yo, Blue, so who actually shot the gun in this botched robbery? Ace shot the gun. Ace did it. She literally she just cracked open the case for the cops, man, for the detectives. You just gave him the case.
Not Ace.
So she sold him down the road.
Who is Ace?
Mhm.
Which one is Ace?
Ace he's the guy who runs in the crew.
Got it, but
Ace
he's
is the guy
not.
who
He's
runs
not
in the crew.
here.
Right.
He's not on the post.
No.
Okay.
He's not up there. He's not up there. This was based off of a situation that happened nearly 2 years ago. Now this whole thing with the Camaro, this happened almost 2 years ago.
Got it.
And ever since then, Blue hadn't been linked in with the crew. They kicked her out. She fell out with them. Right.
And what does this crew do? Do they just rob people? Is that their thing? To just rob us? Okay.
Absolutely. Like this group called it's a group called My Lords, right? They do this through an iCloud setup. You know what I'm saying? They do it through iCloud. There's a whole group up in there. They're called the My Lords. It's like a little off-brand gang, if that's what you want to consider them. You know what I'm saying? They just a bunch of nubs to me. But it's a couple of men in there, but it's mostly women. And the dudes will cash out the chicks to go out and set up dudes, and they'll rob them and stuff and give the girls a cut from the robbery.
Got
you know what I'm saying? But they take most of it. That's what the My Lords thing is. And Blue was in there. She was in there because even Vito got screenshots and videos of her watching. Like, you see, within this group, that's where they were dropping the videos of her getting sexually assaulted and all of that.
Well, let's say
You see what I'm saying?
Let's SA. But I'm
Yes,
just
yes, SA.
I'm just gonna repeat it. And I heard about this before. You know, even guys will ask you or I ain't gonna put my business out, but you know, they will ask you, they be like, well, would you run a play with me on a guy? You don't gotta do nothing, just, you know, lure him to a spot and they do the rest.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like it was a group of girls that were clicking up, and they were known to have different gang members, so different guys will come to that agency and pick certain girls to set up different guys. So when they set up different guys, they get money and they get cut for using their services, which their whole thing is to use who they are as a woman to lure guys somewhere, and the other guys are going to set them up. So that's what they did. Okay, I get it.
Right, exactly. So that's where that came from. And also, while we was in the Clubhouse, like I said, Jeremiah's baby mama came in, a girl named Lachey. She tried to, like I said, absolve him from the crime. And they were asking her, they was like, well, how did you get your hands on the video and the pictures and everything? She claimed that somebody had sent it to her, but we know that's not true. Because when you got that iCloud set up, you got to have that two-prong verification. You have to get a code from that person's phone and send it directly to your phone to get access to their iCloud like that. You know what I'm saying? So we found out that she had access to Jeremiah's phones. All the videos came from Jeremiah's phones, Ariana's phone. It came from those two phones right there. Now understand, Ariana really was the one who was dropping this everywhere because she was the one that was the most livid about this. She couldn't get over the fact that this girl had sex with her baby daddy. And at the time that Mahogany was messing around with Nisei, Ariana wasn't even studying the dude at the time.
They were not together.
So, it was just
okay. So let me
no.
get this right. Ariana, she felt betrayed by Mahogany because she looked at her. We supposed to be cool. Why didn't you tell me you were messing with my baby daddy? Even though he's dead, Mahogany, you should have told me before I got cool with you that you were messing with my baby daddy. I have to find out by, I'm assuming, Blue. Are you serious right now? So Ariana felt like betrayed because she didn't reveal that she was intimate with her baby daddy, and possibly Ariana would never be cool with her if she would have known that Mahogany was messing around with her baby daddy, even though she was not with her baby daddy at the time. It's just a simple fact. Now you're saying that Blue, the only reasons why she put that poison in Ariana's ear because the crew was loving Mahogany, she was jealous. So she needed to humble Mahogany a few pegs so she can come out like the hero. So when Blue told that information to Ariana, Ariana said, "Thank you, Blue. Somebody keeping it real. Damn." And that gets her back in because they see, Blue, you so fucking real. You so fucking real, dog. They was all laughing in my face. I was laughing with this bitch. We was doing shit together, and all the time she fucking on my baby daddy. And, okay, thank you, Blue. I would have never found this if it wasn't for you. So I get it. Okay.
Yeah. Also. Now, remember now, Mahogany and Tasia were cool, remember. Now, at one point, Mahogany and Tasia had jumped this girl in the store. And for some reason, they fell out behind it. Okay? And that's what led to Tasia and Mahogany not being cool. Even though they were all still part of the same crew, they you know what I'm saying, they had beef. Okay, so and see, Blue was, like I said, she was the culprit in all of this because Mahogany was telling Blue how she wanted to get Tasia set up, and that's why in the video you hear Ariana saying, "Oh, you a snake, and you trying to set my cousin up, and you a snake," that's what she's talking about. She was talking about her having sex with the baby daddy and her getting word that Mahogany was trying to set her cousin up. That's where all that comes from. That's why she was so livid, and she was talking about both things in that video. You feel what I'm saying? And all that came from Blue, because like I said, Blue and Mahogany was messing around low key. You feel what I'm saying? And Blue was messing around with Tasia. But see, the thing is, she was tighter with Tasia than she was with Mahogany. That's why she felt comfortable enough to go and tell Ariana things.
Can we be honest? She never liked Mahogany anyway. She was just close to Mahogany to get the pillow talking, and Mahogany got a big ass mouth, and she just talking to the enemy. Okay, because she don't like Mahogany, but clearly Mahogany must like Blue for some odd reason. She likes her. So that's why she felt so confident in talking about her. And it definitely seemed like these girls are frenemies, meaning that they are around friends that really are their enemies. I have went through that phase where I was around somebody, you know, and I didn't like her, and we would set each other up. We wouldn't set each other up fighting, but pretty much, you know, taking each other niggas, okay? That's what we would do.
Yeah.
So we will be close to each other, and it was so catty. It was like the Mean Girls, okay? We would be close to each other to get, because we enjoyed each other company, but at the same time, it was very competitive, jealousy, and bitch, I'm going to scratch you back.
Yep, no honor amongst thieves.
Right.
Absolutely. So that's where all that came from. So it was really sad that it even led to this point. But Blue definitely is the culprit in all of this, and she's trying to absolve herself from everything. But they going to get her too. Now, she turned herself in. She turned herself in. She went live and turned herself into the police. Talking about, okay, y'all saying I had something to do with this. We gonna see. Okay, yeah, you know you had something to do with it. You know you did.
Why didn't you send me that video? Y'all just keeping me out. I want to be in a group chat.
My bad, Gigi. Yeah, but like all that stuff was in the clubhouse.
Oh, now you know I don't do Clubhouse.
Yeah, I know, but you had to pay to get up in there. He was charging $10 to get into the club.
Now you know I ain't gonna
But
do that. I'll take y'all word for it.
you know what I'm
I'll
saying?
take y'all word for it.
Yeah. You know how it is. You know how it is. People got to profit. They got to make money. But yeah, that's really what it all was. That's why I just wanted to kind of correct some things that the last caller was saying about, you know what I'm saying? She had some of her information right, but some of it was wrong. Like, it was all over jealousy. And even though Mahogany might have been doing things, that it's still wrong what they did to her. You know what I'm saying? Let the law handle that. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, they're on trial right now for what they did now, not what they did in the past. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong. It's really messed up. It's sickening, actually.
So,
and all these guys are on powder. They all on powder.
Oh, they do that Tina
All of
Snow. That's what we call it.
Oh,
Tina
yeah.
Snow.
Yeah.
They on that.
Yeah, they
Tina
like to
Snow.
play with their nose.
Yeah,
because even Jeremiah's baby, even Lachey had confirmed it. And that's why she stopped messing with him. Because he was like, he don't look the same, and he done lost a lot of weight, and he hang around all them dope heads. She was telling it. But she was trying to absolve him. But nah, bro, we know what's up
Now,
with that.
let me ask you this. Now, he's 18 and she's 26. So, what age was Jeremiah when he started messing with Tasia?
When he started messing with Tasia, talking about Jeremiah?
Yeah, something ain't adding up. He 18 now and she's
No.
26.
Well, Tasia, that's not her baby daddy.
What?
Jeremiah, Lachey is Jeremiah's baby daddy.
Hold on, say that again.
Lachey is Jeremiah's baby daddy.
Who is the hell is
The girl
Lachey?
who came in the clubhouse trying to absolve him of that case.
Got
you know
it.
What I'm
So
saying?
we
She
don't.
came into the clubhouse.
Lachey, we don't got her up here. Okay, so Tasia, hold on, because I got information wrong. Tasia is not messing around with Jeremiah.
No.
Okay.
Some of the little itty bitty guy. No, that's not her dude. That's Lachey dude.
Okay,
because
that's what I was told. Okay, clear that up.
Yeah.
Okay, because that didn't make a bit of sense to me. That didn't make a sense, but
Yeah, that's not her. Yeah, that's not her baby daddy. They got that wrong. Jeremiah's baby mama name.
Because I'm like, she looked like she liked women, but maybe I'm wrong.
They all mess around with women and men because they got children, but they mess around with women. So they on both sides. All of them on both sides.
The bisexual crew.
Yeah.
This is what bisexual looks like. This is what bisexual look like. So do the guys messing around with each other too?
I don't know, but when you on that nose candy, anything with a wet hole look good to you. You know what I'm saying?
One thing lead to another. One thing lead to another.
Right. Oh no, man.
One night.
I do not know
about that night. Now, I'm also hearing that these guys were stumping her. Why did Jeremiah go and do the essay towards her? Why did these guys were so aggressive in it? It seemed like from the story you paint, this is just really a girl story. Where does these guys fit in? I don't understand the guys fitting in. Because
these, understand, these are the same guys who send these girls out to get other dudes set up. And you know how these weak-minded dudes are. Well, you can convince them to do anything. They'll sell their whole life for a piece of wet hole. You know that's true. And these are the type of guys, they're just weak-minded, soft dudes that's willing to throw their life away for this.
I don't know. They sound like, they sound like they gay men to me, fighting women and want to get into a women's fight. I'm not saying all gay men does it, but it sound gay. It sound like they got a lot of feminine energy in them to do that. I would think a man will break it up and say, nah, this is my money maker. Mahogany, she's a beautiful girl. I can profit off of her alive and looking nice versus her having beat up. I would think that is something a leader or a masculine figure will do. Let's break it up and just squash this bitch shit, But to actually get involved,
you can look at these dudes and tell they ain't got an ounce of that in them.
to get involved with these girls and fight. I mean, let the girls do what they do, but for you to get involved, it's giving not. It's giving sassy. It's giving. I want to show her I'm the baddest bitch than her. I'm just saying, but I
Right.
could be wrong.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Gigi. A lot of feminine energy. That's what I picked up from it too, because I'm like, all these big grown ass dudes around, big old dudes, 6 foot, 6'5", all, and you mean to tell me y'all letting these little women scrap and beat this woman out of her clothes?
No,
You see what I'm saying? And
they
do all-
involved themselves in it. They tapped the girls away. They said, "No, I want to catch this fade with this bitch now. Come on, girl, come on."
Oh, yeah.
Mind you, she's already drunk. She's already beaten up. So what are you fighting? You're not even fighting nobody at this point.
Right. And Gigi, I don't even want to describe, to see Vito, and if you was actually in the clubhouse, he was dropping actual videos that's not surfacing anywhere else. He actually do have them because he was dropping them in the clubhouse. I don't want to describe a lot of that stuff.
Well,
But,
if you describe it,
my God.
you gotta water it down to the 5th power.
Okay.
And shout out to Seven, donating $10. Thank you. I love your commentary, girl. Thank you so much. I love you guys' support. If you guys support this channel and you guys want me to make more content like this, you guys can do me a big old favor and like this video. Please like this video and share this video and make sure you have subscribed so I can do more content like this. Now, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was just saying, well, in the videos, I'll try to water it down. Yeah, she was getting assaulted by the men and the women. But
S.A.
yeah, S.A. She was getting S.A.'d by the men and the women, right? But how can I water this down? Yeah, well, I'll say that Ariana was the main culprit in the fighting. She just like it was just relentless. They were relentlessly SAing her, and even
who was
Giovanni?
Giovanni.
Everyone that you see up on that screen right there. Everyone that you see on that screen right there. The only one that's not on. Oh, is she up there at the top, Ariana?
I bet Giovanni could. That turned Giovanni on. You can't tell me that didn't turn that big bitch on. Okay.
Oh, you know it did.
She could
Why you think she got charged with sodomy?
She could wait to get a taste of that Mahogany, and she's probably upset because Mahogany didn't want nothing to do with her big ass. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And even in the video, Giovanni took this object and stuck it in his
Hey, okay, we got it. How about how about this? Got a tree branch and stuck it in that cornhole.
Yes.
You see how I did that? We got to use flowers and candy and food. You know what I mean? Car parts. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Use our imagination.
The squirrel was swinging on the tree branch, man. That squirrel was swinging, a big one. She a big old squirrel. Yeah. But she was swinging on that tree branch. That's all I can.
Now I would describe her. I would describe her more of a linebacker. Okay, we got this linebacker for the 49ers. Okay.
Oh yeah. Defensive player of the year right there, boy, with them shoulders. Oh my God. Woo. Big one.
And they videotaped it.
Yes, it's all recorded.
Now, what did Giovanni? Did she look at the camera and stick her tongue out and say, "Yeah, man, this is what we do"? What? Or was she just in the moment?
She was just wobbling her big butt around with another camera, laughing, high fiving people.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that's mainly
really?
What she was doing.
High fiving.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they are sick.
Crazy.
And I'm trying to think, Giovanni, what was your issue with her? Ariana issue,
jealousy.
But Giovanni, what is your issue with her? You say jealousy?
Okay. Yeah, jealousy. Absolute jealousy.
Well, I
guess.
guess.
What do you want? Where? Oh, here.
I guess people have to start hanging around people of their station. You know, it's a pretty girls need to hang around with pretty girls. Okay. Because if you are a pretty girl and you're around these ugly bitches, honey, they gonna be mad at you. They not gonna express it, But one day or
Yep.
another.
Deep-seated hatred. That's all it is. And it's sad that we have to deal with this in our community. It's such a, you know what I'm saying? It's just sad. It's sad. I wish our people would be better at that. You know what I'm saying? There's so much hate and jealousy within our community. I wish we could just come together and stuff like this wouldn't happen.
Now,
you know
in
what
the
I'm saying?
video,
But it's sad.
right, in the video, did you see anybody that looked remorseful? Did you see anybody in the video that looked like, man, okay, we're going too far?
No. Amp was having a good time. Big boy in the bottom, in the middle of the picture at the bottom, oh, he was having a good time laughing and he would take turns like going in kicking the girl. Like he was kicking the stomach and kick her in the head.
Okay,
yes.
Remember description. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to, like, because like the video is so graphic, it's so hard to, you know.
So I would say, big man, he took big foots and he was just smashing that tomato, or like her head, tomato head, or something like that. I don't know, that's not a good.
Yeah.
That's not a good one. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Well,
when he takes his
big boy,
bottom,
he ate the
his
whole buffet,
shoes, and really do her in, and that's probably a size 15 foot. That's a big foot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huge guy. He
now
took up the whole camera view.
When he SA'd her, was he enjoying it like in a a sensual way, or what was it?
No, it was very violent.
Okay, so it was more like I want you to hurt, like I hate you. It wasn't more.
Yes.
So nobody here, they were not doing it like. Do you ever seen the movie The Players Club? And you remember when they left her in the thing? But they were, crazy. But I do think they were trying to, get a hut. They was trying to get a hut.
Yeah.
So with this, none of them were
trying.
They
was hunting for nuts on the tree.
hut. Yeah, let's just say hut.
Yeah.
So none of these, when they were doing this, they were not on a hunt for a hut.
Oh, they were.
I'm confused. Okay, so I thought you said they just had hate in their heart. Now you said some of them.
But what I'm saying
did have.
No. What I'm saying is the way that they were doing it was violent.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
they were trying.
Yeah, don't say the V word. Okay. But yeah, the way they were doing, they were very overly aggressive. Okay. They were overly aggressive.
Yeah, okay.
But you do feel that they were trying to get a hut in. Did it give you like 5.0 Players Club?
Worse.
Okay, that's why I said 5.0.
Worse.
Okay, 5.0, 10.0 Players Club. And we all have seen Players Club, Player Club that's legendary in the black community, and that was a horrible scene.
Worse.
Or we also have seen how what's love got to do with it, and how horrible that guy did her as well. Rest in peace to Tina
absolutely
Turner.
Horrible. Yeah, it was why there was a lot of overly aggression going on. There was still the girls would come in and attack her while there was.
Got it. While it was going.
You get what I'm saying?
Did they use protection?
Yes.
Did they use protection?
No. No.
Okay.
No.
And do you feel like they were planning to end her?
Absolutely.
Okay, that was the goal.
Because you got to think about it. Mahogany knew too much about what was going on within the crew and how they had everything set up. You feel what I'm saying? So to me, I think they were afraid that she was just going to start telling everything after this. I mean, you get overly aggressed like that, you think you're going to be cool with that crew anymore? No, you're going to tell it all. And I believe that's why they had to, silence her, because she was going to tell it.
And they say it was an 18-year-old anonymous, and he was handicapped, and he was forced to be there?
No, there was no handicapped guy there. No, it was not.
There was no handicap?
There was only one other guy. No, there was only one other guy who was trying to help help with the situation. But this was in the beginning when they were just like fighting her and beating her. This is when Ariana was fighting her. There was only one guy who was trying to help. He was just a local guy who lived in that apartment complex. Because the apartment complex called Valley Creek. You feel what I'm saying? So the guy was trying to help get those girls off of him. But the dudes at one point tried to attack him to stop him from helping. That was the only person that helped.
Hold on,
There
I
was
didn't
no
hear that
handicapped
part.
guy there.
What happened? Can you tell me? Did they try to help her when she was outside or what?
When she was outside, when the fight first started happening, because what you seen in the house with Ariana and Mahogany, what you seen in the house, this was the little sleep. They were supposed to have like a little get together and sleep over. That was before that fight outside in the parking lot. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. So the parking lot outside, that was the last, right?
No, that was before they. Well, that was the last. Well, no. There's more videos after that, but that was the last of the actual fighting with the clothes on. You feel what I'm saying?
All right. So let me.
Can
I ask you? I'm going to interview you. Okay. So at 7:30, we see this text from Mahogany. Do you feel that this was Mahogany, or do you feel that this was an 18-year-old anonymous boy that sent this text to Mahogany's mom?
No, it was her.
It was her. So you
her.
feel like this was Mahogany sending this text to her mom at 7:30 in the morning. Now at 7:30
Yes.
Alabama, it is the sun is up, so it's not nighttime.
Yes, yeah.
So do
Right,
you feel that when she sent this message, was this before she got hit, or this was in the middle of her getting hit, or what?
She got her hands on that phone somehow. She got her hands on that phone somehow. You feel what I'm saying? And she was able to get that message out because the mom was on her way to Atlanta to pick someone up, to pick up a family member. So once the mom got the text, she called the police, and they all went over there to the apartment complex. Now, understand, during that time, when they found out that the girl text, and when they found that out, that's when they did what they did and got her out of there. You feel what I'm saying? Some of the guys got her out of there.
Okay, so that's when they left the apartment with Mahogany. So they're in this
alive
apartment
all the way up until like 7 that morning.
Okay, I'm getting lost again. All right, so here we go. We saw the video of Jeremiah on the live. So do you think that this text was sent before or after he started the live?
That was after. Are you talking about the live of him setting up the phone while Ariana and Mahogany were arguing?
Yes.
That was the night before. That was the previous night. That was the beginning of pretty much everything. That was the beginning. That was the first time that Ariana had confronted Mahogany. You get what I'm saying? That was
right. So what time? Can you give me a time, ideal time?
Ideal time? That was around 8, maybe 9 o'clock. Around 8 or 9.
9 o'clock p.m.
Between 8 and 9 p.m. Right. But
now, I also
PM.
heard that Mahogany got over there at 2:40 something in the morning by Uber. So you don't believe that?
No, she didn't. She came over there earlier that day. She was chilling with them all day. They got her drunk on purpose. They got her over there thinking this is gonna be we just gonna kick back and chill. And they got her drunk on purpose to confront her. You feel what I'm saying? So that's what that was. Yeah, she had been over there like all day. It was supposed to be like a little kickback. So the first video that you seen with Jeremy, that was the first video of the confrontation. That was the first confrontation.
Got it.
So, you get what I'm saying? She had been chilling over there all day.
Reading books. We're starting from the beginning, okay? Reading books. So reading books says, why would you go back to the apartment if someone got her out the apartment? We're not there yet. And when somebody got her out of the apartment, they were getting her out of the apartment to move her to a different location so she would not be discovered at that time reading books, okay? So reading books. say if I'm the enemy, I'm the villain, okay? And I'm Tasia, and she's at my apartments. When I discover that she sent that text message to her mom that she's here, I tell my boys and girls, let's move her ass out of these apartments and let's move her to a different location. You understand?
Exactly. See, you got it, Gigi.
You're
Yeah,
thinking,
you got it. Yeah.
reading books thinking that, somebody was trying to save her out the apartments. No, we're not there. All right? So we're starting from the very beginning. The very beginning was Mahogany went over there Saturday night between 8 and 9 p.m. She was just chilling with the girls, Tasia, and do you know who else was over there at that time?
Everyone in the picture.
Even the guys. Even the guys.
Everyone in the picture was there.
Okay, so
yes,
even the guys were there.
Now,
they were
Blue
all
came later.
Blue came later. Okay, so they were all there. Okay, Ariana was there too, right?
Yes, she was.
Okay, now at this time, 8, 9 p.m. Saturday night, did Ariana know this information? And she was just concealing it, keeping it quiet.
Yes.
Okay,
she already knew the information.
She already
from
knew.
Blue.
So everybody there already knew what time it was. So, goddamn.
Yep.
Mahogany, you didn't feel the air. You didn't feel the energy, girl. You didn't have discernment. That's why it really pays to have spirit discernment, not just in the flesh.
Yes.
But she was there, and she was having a good time, and they kept on, go drink. Ooh, get some more. Oh, yeah, they having a good time. All right? And this is what people do when they're in a setup mode, okay? When you're talking about people that set each other up, it's going to give a snake energy. It's going to give a snake vibe.
Yes.
Meaning that it's not going to come aggressively in the beginning. It's going to slither around. You're not even going to notice it's there, but it's going to be an aggressive attack. You understand? When that snake wrapped that head around you, it's time to attack. They got you. And they've been doing this, and this is what they do. This is what they practice. Their line of work is to luring people like a snake into their web or like a spider, and then they clog on them. So this is their personality. This is nothing. This is just like another job for them, okay? They know they have to talk shit to these men. They don't want to be there, but they're pretending like they there. They pretenders. They're actors. This is what snakes do. So they're having a good time with her 8, 9 o'clock. Mahogany, she's feeling the vibe. She's enjoying herself. She can let her hair down. God damn it, we cool in this bitch. Hey, even though Mahogany, she still want to set up Tasia, but she don't know that the bag has been leaked that she want to get her.
Right.
So they all in the process of trying to get each other. So they up here playing chess and checkers with these hoes. Mahogany, she's getting close to Tasia just to flip on her and set her up. Tasia, like, this bitch is over here in my face trying to set me up. Y'all see how this bitch is so fake? Y'all see this shit, right? Because they all have already talked about everything. Okay? So they just looking at her, yeah, this a fake bitch. We gonna get this ass. So, okay. So let's fast forward it. So when does the drama start? When does Jeremiah, what time does he start to flip out that phone? When does Ariana confront Mahogany, the video that we seen? What time do you think that is?
That was between 8 and 9. When you seen that live, when you seen Jeremiah go live, it was a few minutes before that. I'm saying I have a source that's close to the situation. This is how I know certain things. You feel what I'm saying? I can't reveal my source, but it's legit. It's legit. That's all I can say. But yeah, it was around 8 or 9 when he pulled that phone out, between 8 and 9, when he pulled that phone out and wanted to record. You feel what I'm saying? So that was the beginning of the confrontation.
Okay, so it was she just got there. She drank, and then they already at attack. Now, I seen her there, and you say 8 or 9. It looked like she got pajama clothes on. Do you really think that's how she dressing, around 8 or 9? And they got bonnets on and stuff?
No. See, that's what I'm thinking. It was supposed to have been a kickback. That's the thing. That's when she came over there earlier that day. She had been chilling over there with him all day.
Okay, well, tell me what
I'm saying?
time
So
did she come over there? What time?
it was sometime during that evening time. It was
What
sometime during the
time?
evening time. I don't have the exact time.
What
But
time
I
do
know
you
it was
think?
during the evening when
What
she
time
showed
do
up.
you think? What time
I'm
do you
thinking
think?
I'm thinking maybe around 4 or 5 maybe.
Okay, so she went around there 4 or 5, and do you think what she had on is what she went over there with, or do you think she had a change of clothes?
No. She changed clothes because after the argument ensued and they S8 assault I can't say
SA.
SA because SA is different from beating on someone.
No, we
After they
already know
confronted
what
her,
it is. We
after,
know in this whole
right.
situation is how aggressive it is. So when you say SA, we get
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Right,
So,
right. But after they confronted her on the video, on Jeremiah's video, everything kind of cooled down. Everybody changed clothes. This is why in the video in the fight, they're in different clothes. Now, you get what I'm saying?
I
They
don't.
changed
Okay,
clothes.
so let
And
me
they,
get
you know
this
how it
straight.
is.
She
Things
was over
escalate, they
there.
cool down.
Wait. Because I don't want to get lost. Mahogany went over there to Taja House around 4 or 5 o'clock, and she had on those. Now, did she change too, Mahogany? Did she change or did she not change?
Yeah.
So she changed. So
Yeah, they
the
all changed.
clothes that she initially had over there 4 or 5 o'clock p.m., they were different than what we saw in the video. Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying the initial clothes?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's why the clothes are different in the video in the fight. When they were in the parking lot, that's why they're wearing different clothes. Because after that confrontation happened, everything kind of cooled down. And you know how people are. When they're trying to get you, they'll have you thinking that, okay, you free, she free to go. She done got beat up. You know what I'm saying? So that's what that was. They had her thinking that she was finna walk free. So she changed clothes, and they changed clothes after the confrontation on Jeremiah's video. And when she was getting ready to go, leave out, that's when the fight ensued outside. She was getting ready to leave. You get what I'm saying? That's
what
why her
time
clothes
was
are different.
this?
She was getting ready to leave.
What time was this?
This was around, it was later. It's probably like around 10. Like
10
around
p.m.?
10, when that fight happened in the parking lot.
You said 10 p.m.?
Well, 10 p.m., yes, 10 p.m. that night.
All right, so
night.
let me play this down. So 4 or 5 o'clock, she get there, hanging with the girls. 8 or 9 o'clock, Jeremiah put out the phone. Things cool down, and she leaves out around 10 p.m. at night. And this is Saturday. Right. This is Saturday night, right?
This is Saturday night.
So what happens once she leaves out? She leaves out, and what goes on?
They attack her.
Okay, while she's walking down the street or what?
While she's getting ready, when she's getting ready to leave, they attack her, and that's the video that you see with them in the parking lot attacking her. That's why it's nighttime. It was like around 10 something. Yeah, they attacked her then, and that's when you seen the guy who lived over there. It was a local guy who lived over in those apartments who tried to break the fight up, but he was the only one that was trying to break it up. Everybody else was recording and assaulting her.
Did he call the police?
Yeah. No, there was no.
I wish he would have called the police.
You know how it is in areas like that. They like to see that kind of drama. They like to see fights and stuff. You know they're not going to call the cops. The only time the cops were called was when the mama got the text that morning, and she went over there with the cops.
Got it. Okay, we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Okay.
So 10 p.m. Okay, so the video that we see of Mahogany getting, outside in the streets late at night, that is Saturday night between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. That's Saturday night. And the video that we see Mahogany getting confronted by Ariana, that is Saturday night between 8 and 9 p.m. Okay? Okay. All right. So after they get her down in the woods, so do they take her? What do they take her now? After 10, 11 o'clock, they beat her up some more. Now what?
Well, that's when we start getting into the other videos. After they attacked her in that parking lot, that's when they decided to actually throw the girl in the trunk.
They
Did.
threw her
They
in the
actually
trunk.
did. They put, yeah, they
Now,
put her in there.
whose trunk was it?
I don't know. I don't know whose car it was. But they did.
Who put her in the trunk?
If anybody,
Who carried her in the trunk? Who carried her in the trunk?
the big guy, Ace.
Ace, the one
in the video.
in the
Yeah,
middle.
it's in the video.
Okay, yeah, but you know we
it's in
don't
the video.
have access to that video, so we
Oh,
depend
oh,
on
y'all didn't see it.
your
Oh, okay.
voice and your eyes. Yes. So this guy
Okay, I
right
got
here in
you.
the middle, this is Ace. Is that right? Do you see on the screen the guy in the
Yeah,
middle? That's
the
Ace.
big guy at the
And-
bottom. Yeah,
right.
the one in the
But
middle.
didn't I tell you guys,
that
I
one.
can tell he's big because his bone structure, his facial features is just so humongous compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
That's how you can tell if somebody's big or not. All right, so Ace.
Yeah.
That's Ace. His name is Ace.
Ace, that's
So
Ace right there.
Ace-
That's the one in the middle. Ace is about 6'5", maybe 300 pounds. He's a big guy. He's really big.
I can tell. So he grabs her and Mahogany, she is a small girl, and puts her in the trunk. Now, do he close the trunk?
Yes, it closes. Yes.
He closed it.
Video.
Now
Anybody
what?
who's in Clubhouse, they
I know, but we're
They
not
seen it.
there. We're not there. So you are the clubhouse for us, okay? You are the clubhouse.
Okay, I got you.
So
I got you.
was Mahogany? Was she saying anything at this point? Was she screaming? Did she say, "God help me"? What was she saying at this point? Was she knocked out?
Well, right before they put her in the trunk, Ariana was still on top of her, and at this point, all of her clothes were off. They ripped all of her clothes off. So Ariana's still assaulting her, and at one point, that's when Giovanni says, "Hey, pop the trunk, put her in the trunk." So Ace goes over, not Ace, but Imp. That's what I meant to say, Imp. That's his name. That's his nickname, Imp. I got him mixed with the other guy. His nickname is Imp, the big guy.
Okay, so hold on. Let's do a change.
You
guys, his name is not Ace. His name is Amp.
It's
The
Amp.
guy in the middle is
it's
not
Amp. I got
Ace.
that wrong.
It is Amp, okay? So I want you guys to put that in your notes, okay? This is Amp. This is not Ace. Amp. All right,
that's
continue
Amp.
on.
That's Amp, the big guy. He's the biggest guy out there. Right. So while Ariana is still on top of her, assaulting her, Mahogany says, "You already beat my A. You already beat my A. That's enough. That's enough. You already beat my A." And then that's when Ariana kept assaulting her, talking about, no, you had my baby daddy in your name in your mouth. No. So
now, okay,
that's when-
let's right there. What did Mahogany say? Only thing Mahogany said, she told Blue that she messed around with the man.
Yeah, that she messed around
And
with
that-
Nisei.
And that's Ariana's baby daddy is Nisei. Now
That's
that
Ariana's
is
baby daddy.
that is what she was referring to with "you have my baby daddy in your mouth." She wasn't saying it
'cause
like
remember, Nisei is dead.
right, but honey, listen, I'm thinking Mahogany out here talking about somebody baby daddy gay or something, or maybe she outed him, but it's not even that. It's just Mahogany was pillow talking and told Blue that she was messing around, or she used to mess around with Ariana baby daddy, not when they were together, but when they broken up. And Ariana felt entitled that you don't speak on his name, which is bullcrap. She just wanted an excuse to hit her because she was probably jealous or mad that she was doing it with her baby daddy and still being cool with her and didn't tell her that. That's what I'm thinking. But okay, so Ariana, she was continually to push it on.
Right. And at that point, that's when Amp came over there after Giovanni said, "Yeah, pop the trunk, motherfucker, pop the trunk." So it was a grayish, beat up looking, little put looking car, and they popped the trunk, and it was a struggle. Amp grabbed her. It wasn't that much of a struggle because the girl was already tired and everything. You know what I'm saying? From just getting assaulted like that. So it wasn't that much of a struggle. So he just kind of just tossed her in there, and closed it down. And that's when that video ends. And then another one starts up, but it picks up in the middle of the SA.
Right.
I'll
Okay,
put it
so
that way.
where we at
So
in the essay? Are we at an apartment? Are we at a different
no,
location? Where we at?
uh, in a wooded area. The sec
What?
that next video started in like a wooded area right next to where they dumped her body at. They
Uh-huh.
used one of those mattresses that was in that video. It was a blue mattress. They used one of those to do the SA. It's in the
Wow.
video.
All right. So what time is this, you think?
This had to have been later. This had to have been like early in the morning, like around maybe 1, maybe. I'm thinking like it's like early. It's after 12. It's definitely
Okay,
after 12.
so round 1 or 2, that's when they're SAing her.
Yes.
And this is Sunday, right?
Yes. This is
Okay.
Sunday morning.
Sunday
Early
morning,
Sunday morning.
1, 2 o'clock Sunday morning, you feel that this is when they have on the mattress, they're essaying her, and what goes on? They all take turns
Yes.
essaying her. Then what happens
Yes,
next?
they all take turns. So that whole thing about Jared baby mama talking about they put a gun in his head, that's not true at all. No, they did not. He was in on it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, he
All,
seemed like he was
all
on
of the males did that to her.
willingly.
In the video.
Ain't nobody
They
forced
all
them to
took
do
turns.
it. They did it.
They did it. Nobody got forced to do anything. That's the sickening part about it. And see, after all that had happened, they took her back to the apartment. That's what I'm saying. They held the girl captive all that time.
Got it. So after they essayed her in the mattress, all of them, then they took her back in the trunk and they drove back to the apartments. Now, did they go back to Taja's apartments or where did they go?
That was Taja's. That's Taja's apartment.
They went back to Taja's.
That's her apartment.
They went back to Taja's apartment. And after they got finished essaying her, do you think they fireworks? Do you think they completed the mission in the hut?
Now, honestly, I don't know when the fireworks were popped. I don't know that.
All right,
But
so
I do
maybe
know
they
that
did
they
not do
held
it.
her
They
captive
just
that whole
essayed
time.
her, huh?
They just in the video they just SA'd her. No fireworks were in the video.
Got
it
it.
was just SAing in
They
the video.
just essayed
You know what I'm saying?
her.
That's
okay. All right. I
Mhm.
can't imagine how could the monster even get turned on from this shit, you know? But okay, so
I don't know.
afterwards, and you know what? They have done this before. Ain't no way. They have done this before. So
You know they did.
yeah, they done essay, killed so many people before, locked them up underneath the jail cell. Now they
It's
go
sickening.
back to Taja's house, Taja's apartment.
Right.
Then what? And
Yes.
what time do you think this is?
After the SA, I don't know the exact time, but I do know it was early Sunday morning when the SA happened and they took her back to the apartment. They held her
What
captive.
time do
They
you
weren't
think?
planning on
What
letting that
time do
girl
you
go.
think? What time do you think it was?
I would give it maybe
90
3 in the morning,
seconds.
maybe, somewhere up in there.
You said what
3 or
time
4
in the morning?
I would say about 3 or 4 in the morning, maybe. Because see, like in the video when the SA was taking place, the video was only about 5 minutes long, a little over 5 minutes. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When the SA was taking place.
But that's what's
Right, so
recorded because it could have been way more stuff going on, but we're not privy to because it's not recorded, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so it could have been more going on.
Yeah.
All I can go by what I've seen
Right.
in the video.
60 seconds.
So
Yeah, but the video
let's
was only
go.
about a little over 5 minutes long.
Let's go with 3 or 4 o'clock. They brung her back to Taja house in the morning. Okay. So what happens now? They take her back to Taja's house. Are you there? Okay, I think he dropped off. Hold on, let me try to screenshot it. All right. Let me see. Did he drop off? I think, yeah. And I still have Dicey on the line. I'm going to call her back up here. Dicey, I'm glad she didn't go anywhere. So let me go here. Are they still going to allow me to call? Oh, okay. Let me see. Hurry up and call.
10 seconds.
Uh-oh. Oh, okay. He called back.
Okay.
I was wondering. I said, I know this.
Yeah, it dropped. Yeah. Yeah,
I
you
said, did they
dropped it,
get?
said that like your call couldn't be completed, and then it just hung up. I'm like, what in
Oh,
the world?
listen. I was about to call you back on my phone, *67. Okay, shit. But
Yes, ma'am.
what I was gonna say, okay, so we have her back at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning,
Hmm.
back at Tasia house. Now, what are they doing now?
Yes.
What do you think?
I don't know what they're doing at that point because the only videos were of her getting beat up and her getting SA'd, right? So the videos that I saw in Clubhouse was the SA videos. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So
It was.
after the essay, we back at the apartments, 3 or 4. So that's all we have. Do you see video footage of Jeremiah actually powing her?
Yes, yes, all of them.
Now when is the
Jeremiah,
powing happen?
Blair, Amp, all of them.
Okay, when did the pow happen?
I'm not sure when the pow happened. When you say pow, you mean him SAing her or him?
No. Pow
Like, 'cause
means
I don't know
that
who.
fire. That fire.
Okay, okay. Well, I don't know who did the fireworks. No, the video was of
Not
the SA.
got
Who
it.
did
So
that?
you didn't see the
I
fire,
saw that.
the you know what I'm talking about, the
No.
bullet, the
There's no
shooting.
video of. I didn't. If there's a video of the fireworks, I didn't see it.
Well, not the
You know
fire.
what I'm saying?
Okay,
It's
look,
not on
the
video.
fireworks I'll call like busting that hut. That's the fireworks. Now fire is just fire, you know, with the pow. What that sound like? Pow. Not nothing freaky, but with that Glock. Okay, with the
Well, that's what I'm saying.
with
I
that
didn't
Glock.
see a video of the pow. I only
Okay,
seen
well,
the
let's
videos
just call
of
it the
the
Glock,
SA.
because we know what the Glock is,
Yeah.
right? So you didn't see
Yeah, the
it
Glock.
with the Glock.
Yeah, I didn't see the Glocky. No, I
Okay,
didn't see.
no,
I didn't
we
see the
ain't
Glock.
see nobody
They
got
Fendo.
Glock. The Glock wasn't Glock
No, I
in the
didn't.
video.
No, I
Okay.
didn't see anybody with a Glock. You know what I'm saying? With no kind of Glock.
Got it.
If they had one, it wasn't shown in the videos when she was getting SA. They just
Got it.
showing her getting SA.
But the
You get what
last
I'm saying?
video
Yeah.
you saw was she was still alive.
Yes.
What was her
Yes, she
response
was.
during the time she getting essayed?
Just screaming.
Just screaming?
Just, oh my God. Yeah.
Wow. Just
Yeah.
screaming. And what was Tasia's?
It'll bring a tear to your eye, man.
I bet it would. I don't want to see it. That sounds so disturbing. She was screaming. Because I didn't know. I was like, is she just going to be quiet? But she was screaming, and nobody heard these screams. Ain't that sad? And they recorded these screams. Ain't that something else? Now, Tasia, she didn't have no remorse about this, doing these screams. Now, was Tasia there doing the screams?
Yeah, they were all there.
Wow.
They were all there.
Okay, because I heard that Tasia did not get arrested, or she didn't get charged for the sodomy.
No, because she didn't commit any sodomy. It was Giovanni that did that.
Got it. It was everybody else but her, so she just watched.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the other females didn't do it either. Giovanni was the only female who joined in with the guys. Yeah. But they were all there.
Wow.
Sickening.
So they so normalized this. They so used to this. They have done this before. They've seen this before. And they don't care. And
Yeah.
imagine that these are parents. Could you imagine that these are parents?
No, I can't believe it. It's hard to believe.
So
It's sad.
you
And
feel
the girl
like
had, and she had like a 3-year-old daughter. Mahogany had like a 3-year-old daughter. So it was.
So, with this being said, while they're essaying her outside, where is Mahogany's phone? Is it back at Tasia's apartment, or does she have it with her? I can't imagine she has it with her.
I don't
Where
know.
is the phone?
I don't know. I mean, it had to been back at the house.
That's
Because
what
the
I'm
only
thinking.
phones that I saw in the videos were the phones that were out recording. You had big old Giovanni wobbling around with her phone, and Jeremiah was recording with one. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't know where her phone was, but I'm thinking just logically thinking, common sense, it was probably back at the house. Because it's silly to me because you could tell how they were thinking. Why would you take her to that spot, do that SA, take her back to apartment complex, and then when you want to ditch her body, you want to take it back to the very spot that you committed the SA in? Do you know how much DNA and stuff is on that? You feel what I'm saying? Like, they're just dumb. Like, what? I don't get it. It's dumb. It's very dumb.
Well, I get it because you're dealing with ignorant people. You're dealing with these are not smart criminals. So you have too many high expectations for dummies. Okay, these are people that don't have any common sense. What they did, it didn't have any sense to it. It was not common. It didn't make any sense. So, that's just what it is. They're not intelligent criminals. So when you go back to the apartment, and you know what else I also feel? It's so many people have gotten away with stuff like this, and I think they have gotten away with this stuff before. They didn't actually think that they were going to get caught. They thought that they could get away with it. And the police says they would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for a Mahogany text message. And that's mind-blowing too, and within itself. And it lets you know that the police department, the government, the whole system is failing so many victims out here. It's really failing us, So I think his thing dropped again. Dicey, are you still here with me? Dicey? Dicey didn't drop too. Oh, Dicey didn't drop too. All right, so do you guys think I should go another round and open up the phone lines again? Press 5. All right, Jesus confused herself. I have a sister there. It's on purpose. No, it's just I'm critical and I ask questions. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go another round. I'm going to open the phone lines back up and hopefully they'll call in or I'll call them. I'm going to go another round. I did have Krishan Rock, but I'm going to push it back, or I'm not even going to do hers tonight, and I can possibly save that live for tomorrow. How about that? Did that sound like a plan, you guys? All right. All right, so here we go. Give me 1 second. I'm going to open the case back up. I'm going to Blog Talk Radio. You guys are going to hear a dial tone. Don't get frightened when you hear this dial tone. This is just me calling back in so I can open up the phone lines and so you guys can call back, okay? Do not be frightened, all right? So it's going to make a phone call. You're going to hear it in 1 second. So I don't think I'm going to do the Krishan Rock tonight. I think we're just going to focus here.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
Thank you so much, Brave, and thank you everybody that's in this chat supporting this channel. To get the news out and to have conversation with goes on.
To start your show now,
community.
press 1. To hear important instructions, press 2.
Your show is scheduled to start in 34 seconds.
All right. Hopefully Ace will call back. And I didn't get that guy's name, but I hope he calls back as well. So let me do this. I'm going to change the time on the other one. Let me see. So let me see. So are you guys there? The phone lines are open. I just want to let you
Your
guys
show
know
will
that.
go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I see
Blog Talk Radio.
Dice is here, and I'm glad she's here because I definitely want to talk to her about all of this. And I just want to say thank you so much, Dicey, because if it wasn't for her getting the ball rolling, where would we be? I have to give her credit because she deserves it. And I want her aboard with me. I want her to walk with me on all these cases because Lord knows I'm going to need all the help. All right. So I'm going to answer Dicey in just 1 second. I'm going to try giving him back a ring.
Hello?
Hey, how's it doing? I'm sorry. I called you back. Is
Hey,
that
Gigi.
okay? Yeah, we got disconnected again.
Oh yeah. I don't know what happened there, but
Okay.
you know.
I'm like, were you trying to
Yes,
get rid
ma'am.
of me? Look.
Oh yeah. I was because I think it sounded like you still had questions, and I was
Yeah.
just trying to shed light on everything that I saw, so y'all can connect the story more. But I only can base this off of what I saw from the videos. You feel what I'm
Of
saying?
course.
I don't know all the details. I know someone who is close to the situation, but I don't want to reveal my source.
Yeah, I
You
don't
know what I'm
want
saying?
you.
But
I don't want you
yeah,
to reveal anything, and I appreciate you telling all that you know or what you
yes,
think,
ma'am.
and that's why I say, if you notice, I questioned and I said, "What do you think?" I didn't say, "What do you know?" I just
Yes,
said, "What
ma'am.
do you think?" Because I'm
Right.
just going based on your thoughts, not what you know. So I
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate that. I really do. So, do you feel like
Hmm.
when she got back to the house from being essayed, a couple of hours went by and she found her phone and she replied or sent that message to her mom? How do you think that went down that Sunday morning? How did that play out?
Well, just me, I think she got her hands on that phone some type of way and got just sent that message out to her mom because they held her captive that entire time. From the time that you saw Jeremiah start that live all the way up until around 7 that next morning, they were assaulting her and SAing
Essaying
her.
her, yeah, but they
She said,
they did
yes,
more than that too, right? Because I'm thinking at 7:30 she got to her phone and she told her mom she was at Tasia house. So she didn't
right,
tell us
right,
that she was, essayed, she was beaten. She just said, "I'm at hurry up help." And then that
right.
was it. And she said, "Don't call," but that was it. So do you think that all of them were still there at Tasia house at 7:30 in the morning? Do you think some of them left? Where do you think they
No, they
were
were
at?
all still there.
You
They
feel
were
like they
all
were
there
all
when the mother showed up with the police. Yes, because my
what?
sources was if they were there when that
Okay,
happened.
tell me
They were
that.
they were
Please
my
tell
source
me
was
that.
was in
Tell
that
me
apartment complex.
tell me that. Tell what and let me tell you, don't ever give your sources out. Just say an anonymous
No,
tip.
I won't. I
Yeah,
won't.
okay, say an anonymous tip,
Yeah.
okay? Cuz I want to protect my
Mhm.
callers. I love my callers and I want
Right,
to
right. Yes,
protect
ma'am.
you. So an anonymous tip told
Yes, ma'am.
or just say I strongly feel this way. Or you can even say the spirit
Right.
told me so. And I take that the spirit told me so. Okay?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
now repeat that to me again. When the mom showed up with the police, what time did the mom show up with the police at Tasia House?
That's like around. I was like a little after 8 o'clock that morning. A little after 8 o'clock that morning, they showed
So
up with a couple of police units and the mama. They showed up to the apartment complex.
got it. So it took the mom
Mhm.
30 minutes to go from Atlanta to Birmingham.
Well, she was headed to Atlanta to pick up a family member. You see what I'm saying? So that's when she got the text. So she had to turn around, you know, and get the cops over there. And she showed up over there with them.
Right. So I'm saying when she got the text, she was in Atlanta, correct?
No, no, no. She was getting ready to head out to go pick up a family member from Atlanta.
Got it. But where was she
So
at
she
when
hadn't,
she got
yes,
the text message?
on the road. She was getting ready to leave out of Birmingham to go to Atlanta to pick up a family member.
Got it. Okay, so she was still in
Right.
Birmingham when she got the message.
Mhm.
Okay,
The mother was, yes.
thank you. Cause I thought
Mhm.
that she was in Atlanta, coming from the airport. Okay, but thank you. That's why I asked the questions. All right. So she
No, she was
was
still no, she was
in
still here.
Birmingham, okay, when she got it. So it only took her 30 minutes. So you mean to tell me the mom and the police was outside Tasia house while Tasia was in the apartments?
Yes, they were
Make
all
make that
there.
make sense. And Tasia was still alive there at that time?
No, no, I don't think she was at that time. I think the Glock came out that morning after. they discovered, that she sent out that text.
Okay,
I
well,
believe
make
that's what
this make
happened.
sense because we're at a short time. 7:30, she sent out
Mm-hmm.
the text. Okay.
Right.
7:46,
Mm-hmm.
she sent out another text to her sister. Okay. So you're telling
Right.
me 8 o'clock, the police and her mom was outside, and at 8 o'clock she was dead.
It was after 8. It was sometime after 8 o'clock. You feel what I'm saying? But yeah, I believe that's.
So they only had
I
a
believe that's
few.
what happened. Because I don't know when the Glock came out. You see what I'm saying? I'm not sure, but common sense would tell you they did that as soon as they discovered what she had sent out in those texts. That's what I believe. That's when the Glock
Well,
came out.
I mean, I think in this
You know.
case, common sense is not used because nothing makes sense. Nothing is common.
Right.
But if you're saying what you're saying, then that means they would have shot her at the apartments, right?
Yeah, or transported her back to that spot and maybe did it there.
So they took her back to
She
the
wasn't.
spot.
What I'm saying is, she
At,
wasn't in the. She wasn't in. From my understanding, she wasn't inside the apartment because the police went in there. You get what I'm saying? They went in there,
they
so
went
she wasn't.
inside the
She wasn't in there.
apartment, right? So I'm saying here, this is what I'm saying. 7:46, she sent out another text. So they
Yeah.
realized she was sending out texts, let's just say 7:55. 7:55, it's daytime, the sun is out. People are going to church in the morning. If they're Christians, I don't know, maybe it's no Christians, it's just heathens. But usually
Right.
in the morning, people are going to church,
Mhm.
But you're saying they took her body out Tasia's apartment and drove to the mattress, and then Jeremiah used the G Glock on her.
Right, because you got to remember that spot where they found her body was like right down the road from the apartment complex in like a wooded area. You see what I'm saying? So that to me, I'm like, well, that's not that far.
But why didn't
So that's what I'm
anybody
thinking.
see
'Cause
her? Why didn't anybody see it? Because it's daytime. You got this big dude Amp. I'm assuming he took the body, and where he's putting the body back in the trunk. And it's daytime. You don't think nobody's looking outside to see this going on in the daytime?
right. I believe somebody may have saw something. Like I said, I have on good authority
And I'm
that the
thinking,
police were there.
right.
They did go into the apartment complex, but it wasn't. They didn't. You know what I'm saying? They didn't do their due diligence. From what I heard, they didn't do their due diligence.
I
It was
thought you
just like
said
a
they
quick
went
looking for.
inside. Did they go inside?
Yes,
Okay.
they went inside the apartment. Yes, they did. They went inside,
And they didn't see any
but
blood
she
or
wasn't in there.
anything leaking. They didn't see any DNA on the floor.
I don't know. I don't know those details. Because they keep that close to the chest when there's an open investigation going on.
And I
So
want I want
I
to tell
don't know those
somebody,
details.
I want to tell you guys something real quick. If you guys are ever in a situation like Mahogany, if you guys can take some of your blood or your red stuff, right, and just spear it like on the walls, spear it on the doorknobs, like get your DNA and just put it places. Rub your ready hand on the carpet. If you got some hair strings, leave your hair, leave certain part of you and your DNA everywhere. If you can think about
Right.
it. I know you can't think about it, but leave parts of your DNA everywhere. Okay? I wish she would have took her hand and just speared her hands all on the walls or something. But go ahead.
Yeah. But they definitely have her DNA in the house because when Giovanni attacked her and threw her to the ground in there, he bust her mouth. He bust the girl's mouth wide open.
And the police
So
didn't
I know
catch
there's
that.
blood. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. All I do know is from my sources, they did go to the apartment. They went inside there. They hung around for a few minutes, and then they left. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't know what the detectives or the investigators are, what they have their hands on. But I do know that her DNA is definitely in there. Because, I mean, the girl busted her mouth on the floor when Giovanni threw it to the floor.
Yeah, we know. Okay.
So it's definitely blood in there.
When the police went in there that morning, you're saying that all those people, those 8 to 10 people, were in that apartment?
They were all there. I know the females were there. And I know that Elk was there. I do know that. Now, for the other 2 guys, I can't be too certain that the other 2 guys were there, but I do know the females were there because the females were coming in and out the house. And then at one point, they made all the females and the guys who were in there come out. Now, I don't know if the other guys were still hanging around in the apartment complex or something, but I know that my source saw the females get pulled out. Elk came out. I'm not sure. I know Jeremiah came out, but the other 2 guys, I don't know where they were. My source didn't mention them, but they did mention Elk and the other 3 girls and Ariana. So it was 4 girls in total, and then 2 guys. I mean, 1 guy. It was 1 guy. I'm trying to get this right because I'm going off what my source told me. It was 4 girls in total and 1 guy. So I think 2 guys. I'm not sure if they were still in an apartment complex or anything, but I do know that my source saw these people standing outside while the police were in there. And they were in there for a little while, and they came out and they left. You know what I'm saying? They left. I don't know what happened from that point.
Was Mahogany mom with them at the police? Was Mahogany mom there too?
Yes, her mother was there with the cops. Yes.
Did she say anything to Tasia?
She was there.
Did she say anything to Tasia?
I don't know. I don't know.
I wonder,
I don't
was
know
it
what
any
being
exchange?
said.
Do you think it was some exchanges being said? If you were a parent and you went there with the police, what would you have said to Tasia?
Oh, I would have questioned her. I would have definitely questioned. But me, I would have reacted. I would have tried to go for her neck. You know what I'm saying? So you probably wouldn't want me there in that situation.
I would think the common thing might be like, you know you did something, Tasia. You know you did something. What did you do to my daughter? What did all of y'all do?
Mm-hmm.
You mean to tell me? And I would, as a parent, I'm not no damn parent, but I was saying, y'all didn't see my daughter. My daughter was right here. And all of y'all was here last night. What did y'all do last night? Was y'all smoking? What was y'all doing? And she didn't see, man, did Mahogany, did she even fight back? When I saw the video, it didn't even look like Mahogany fought back at all. Like she didn't do no
she didn't fight back in any of those videos. No, she didn't fight back in any of those videos.
Wow.
In one of the videos, she was telling Ariana, okay, you didn't beat my A. You didn't beat my A. That's enough. That's enough. And at that point, that's when Mahogany was like naked on the ground. And Ariana was still on top of her, like, hitting on her, and that's when, Ariana was like, that ain't enough. You had my baby daddy name in your mouth. You fucked my baby daddy, da-da-da-da. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. So at no point was Mahogany, like, fighting back. She was not.
Got it.
Not at all.
Now, somebody says the police didn't go inside that AM. They used 2 different apartments.
She said what now?
The police didn't go inside that AM. They used 2 different apartments.
No, they did not use 2 different apartments. It was the same apartment. It was apartment 3 at Valley Creek. No, because when the police came there, questioning, from my understanding, somebody said that the girl that Ariana said that the girl had left at like 2-something that morning. That's what I heard, but that's not true. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been. Because if you look at the videos of her getting SA'd, you could tell that that's like early in the morning. You feel what I'm saying? And I pick up on small details. You know what I'm saying? So in the video, you could hear birds chirping even though it was still dark. So that's what lets me know that it had to been like early in the morning, because you know how birds can chirp even though it's still dark, but it's early.
Right.
That's what got me. That's what I was paying attention to. So I'm like, it had to been like sometime in that morning, that Sunday, when they were doing that to it.
And you don't know what they had done to her body afterwards, after the girls, the Dajin, Mahogany mom left and the police, they still had this body, and it wasn't discovered to 2 a.m. and you don't know what happened during then. You don't know.
No, I don't know what happened during then. They said the body was discovered at 2 a.m.
2:19.
I thought it was discovered
on Monday morning.
Okay, Monday morning, yeah. Okay, so because we still talking about what, Sunday, right?
We're talking about Sunday morning.
It's like Sunday.
Yeah. So
Sunday
morning, 7 a.m. Then we got 8, 9, 10. Then we got Sunday day. Then we got Sunday night, and then Monday morning, Sunday night. That's when they discovered it. All right. So I want you to keep.
Okay, yeah.
I want you to stay on, and I want to add Dicey back in. Hey, Dicey, I'm so happy that you hold. I know you have some questions, and I would love for you guys to swap information so we can get a little more in-depth conversation about this.
Okay. All right.
Dicey, are you there?
Hey, girl. Let me just help provide some facts on those pictures you got up. So you see right there in the top left-hand corner, Jeremiah McDowell. He also goes by the name of Kodak, apparently. And then you got some other gentleman there by the name of Ace. That's Francis Harris. That's going to be the guy at the bottom left.
With the
And
cockeye?
then you got, yeah. He goes by the name of Ace, but his name is Francis Harris.
Okay.
And then you got Brandon Pope, who's next to Francis Harris in the middle of the bottom line. So
and he
there's
go
a
by
purpose
Amp.
why I'm.
Does he go by Amp?
Yeah, that's the one that what was it, Read Books or something, provided. That he provided us the nickname, but the authorities. Thank you, sir. The authorities didn't provide that, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just give you the facts that were provided at the court this morning.
Okay.
I'm sure we're gonna get more evidence. Like I told you, girl, I will go through the details.
Yeah,
and
you
cross
know
every
what?
T
We
and
are
dot every I.
all on the same team. We all want justice. That's what matters.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So then here the challenge. What we got is we've got our source here letting us know that we got the story wrong, that the story that they're giving us on the news is not correct, because authorities are basically saying that the house party started at Brandon Pope's house, the guy in the middle at the bottom. It's on McMillan Avenue. That the party started Saturday night at that guy's house, the one at the bottom middle. And sometime, somewhere there, they ended up moving Mahogany to Tasia's apartment. And, of course, our source here was able to provide us all those details behind the videos from Clubhouse, and I'm astonished. Yes, I did pick up on the bisexual vibes, but I didn't want to shed light into it only because we're
It's not
focusing on her murder.
Yeah. And sometimes when you get
Yeah,
with sexuality, it will overcast the story. I get it.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring that up, and then Blue kept saying like these are two separate things. Yes, I am agreeing with you, sir, that Blue was the instigator in this whole thing, because she kept bringing up the botched robbery on the yellow Camaro, something about 30K, da-da-da-da. You're right, Ace did time for it, but Blue kept trying to absolve herself, saying but that got nothing to do with it. But at the same time, y'all, Blue started creating a narrative, and like our gentleman source here said, basically indicted herself. She just implicated herself in that botched robbery without even realizing it live on Clubhouse. So I'm taking my notes. I'm making sure that I'm crossing my T's and dotting all the I's, because now I really am at my wit's end, because the story you provided does not match what we're being told on the news. And I get it, because I'm under the impression that they don't want to incite us. Could you imagine if the people knew your legitimate source? The people in the streets would be incited and would go out and do some damage without realizing that is not going to bring this girl back. And what we need is to make some movements. The worst thing I could ever see anybody do is be silent. When you don't say a damn thing, when they don't know your moves, everybody's scared of you. Don't ever forget that.
Yeah, well, the whole thing about the 2 apartments, they definitely have that wrong, because the math isn't mathing. The same apartment they had that first confrontation in, they were fighting in the parking lot of that apartment shortly after that. So it doesn't make any sense that I mean, you know what I'm saying? But you know how the news is. They get a lot of things wrong. But when you're in the hood and people talk, people talk amongst themselves in the hood. They just don't share that information with the police. You feel what I'm saying? They have this no snitching rule. It's so silly. It's so silly, man. If you see something, say something.
I'm gonna have to agree with you, because something very personal happened to me about 5 years ago, and you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
The story they said in the news, the things they put online, was absolute farce about a man that raised me as my father. And I was livid, because there's no way you can remove that stain. Once it's online, it's archived, and the system said this is it, and you can't question it. But if we rise up and we speak for Mahogany, who cares about her past? The fact of the matter is, nobody deserves death. Not even God will do that to you. You have to live out what you're supposed to do. So now this is our opportunity to say something. Source here, this gentleman here is letting us know the truth.
Yes.
Looks, apparently,
and I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Oh my God,
that's
I'm
terrible.
gonna cry, homie. Don't. You know what?
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, you know. I'm gonna get my day. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get my day. But I appreciate you coming on and clarifying those points. Yes. I'm grateful and happy to have the opportunity to help you guys go to the right source to get the ball rolling, because if we don't speak, nobody else will rise up and say, hey, yo, you got that little part wrong. You got this part right, but and this is what we need. We need to come together, piece it together like a puzzle.
Yeah,
be patient.
Exactly.
Let the courts do their bullshit, but the streets are going to do something else.
Right. I just hate how the mainstream media always has an agenda to push, and and that messes with people's lives, man. Like, bring out the real. I understand that it's an open investigation, and they don't want to let all the details go, but I think that's where they go wrong at. Like, because like I said, there's always going to be eyes and ears everywhere. No matter what time of day or night it is, it's always going to be eyes and ears somewhere. Somebody knows something. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I say, like, in the hood, everybody going to start talking about the details. We're going to start leaking. But see, they don't never share this type of information with the police, because you know how it is in the hood, F the police, all that stuff. They don't like to cooperate with the police,
Yeah. They're willing to go to a community anonymous booth, type up something or put it in little pieces of newsletter, as long as they don't know who the source is. But here you go. Here's a tip. Figure it out. But there's no way you're going to get my face or name. I get it. Snitches get stitches.
Absolutely.
But you and I and all of us here listening right now, we all know nobody deserved this outcome. They beat her up. They got their licks. And then those men, they deserve to be castrated. Simple. I don't want capital murder. I want biblical outcome.
Yeah.
Castration.
Yes.
You do an
put them under the jail cell.
because you used it in a way that was not meant to be used, you will lose it. Castrate them for everyone to see with a hot iron sword, because if I don't get this justice for Mahogany, my own ancestors will raise up from the dead and hunt them all.
Let them know. It's just sad and sickening. That's all I have to say. It's sad and sickening, and I don't understand it. And why would friends do this to each other? That's these frenemies. That's something else, man.
Titles. I'm done with titles. This has turned around and made me realize that even if I pray to Jesus Christ on a daily, even if I'm singing the Holy Rosary, things like this will continue to happen until we come together and we bring down the second coming of Christ. There is no way there's any country or department of government that would turn around and beat us when we come together. But we're so fucking dumb that we trust a system that has never shown us any kind of kindness, to put it quite frankly. And we're so fucking idiotic to think that we would get the right type of justice. What is justice to you? Think about it. They did this to a little baby girl. She has a 3-year-old. Think about that. Look at your sisters. Look at your cousins, your nieces. Look at every single female around you, and you imagine that person going through what Mahogany Jackson went through, and you tell me you're not fucking moved. What did we women forget? We're nurturers. We're carers. We're supposed to bring the boys into men. But look at this. Instead, we're using the men against what? No, these are boys. We're using these boys as vessels, putting jinn spirits upon them and manipulating them into doing our bidding. Because why? We're so fucking petty. We're so envious. Of what?
Dicey,
Of
I
what?
know you.
Of what?
I
Of the
know
way of
you
the look?
feel it. But can we just be careful with the F-bombs?
You got it. Profanity is key here. But my challenge is just, you know, we are people. We are all in the same little freaking place. We're breathing the same air. It's the same sun. It's the same moon. It's the same sky. You get my drift. So why in the world are we taking one another out when there's a possible world WAR coming right around the corner? Why are we being distracted with these little petty things? Women of the world need to rise. We need to rise and stop this. Yes, I get the envy. God knows I look at actresses, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's so freaking gorgeous. I'm pretty sure everyone opens the door for her. She don't got no worry about no food, no clothes. Someone's always got her. She's got protection. No one's going to mess with her. I get it. But we need to figure something out because something is broken somewhere. And I think it's the food and the water that's being poisoned. But at the end of the day, right now, we're talking about Mahogany Jackson being taken out by a group of people where they manipulated about 10 vessels to bring her to a setup party. Not only have their way with her, but beat her to a pulp. And somehow this little girl got the courage to get her device and text her mom. Because why? I'm under the impression now that, you know what? My mom is the last person that knew where I was. So if I tell her I'm at Tasia's house, she'll know where to look.
Right.
My
and I
mom
can hear the
didn't
pain in
know I
your
was
voice,
at
Dicey.
Tasia's.
I hear it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to you. I definitely can hear the pain in your voice. So I know this sounds personal with you. I could tell. Yeah. So I understand. I understand where all that pain is coming from because it's senseless. It's unnecessary and it's senseless and it doesn't have to happen. Like you said, if we were more well put together as a community, things like this can be avoided across the spectrum. But there's so much hate and jealousy and envy amongst people now. It's sadness. It really.
Well, I think 334. I think his phone dropped. Dicey, you okay? We all, our hearts goes with you. We all praying for you. I see so many people is showing you so much love, Dicey, and they just want to wrap their arms around you, and they want to let you know you're not alone. All right.
Thank you for that.
So I'm gonna go.
Thank you.
Stay with me, Dicey. I'm gonna wait till he called back. But we do have another caller calling from 346. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this?
Um, I'm I'm very disappointed, and I'm just the lady yesterday. She hit it on point. That was so messed up. And when they go to jail, by 25 or by 26, they gonna realize they messed themselves up. They ain't get to live their life. They ain't never really had a girlfriend, never really had a boyfriend. Like these people, we got to get the youth out the street, get them some
Yeah,
jobs,
yeah,
because
yeah.
that
Well,
that age.
y-
When I was about 18, 19, I was thinking like, what was I doing then? I had a job and I wanted to be around my dude, so we wasn't being a minister society then. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But
Well,
they knew better.
yeah.
They
You're
knew
right.
better.
You're right about that. Well, thank you so much for calling in. We appreciate you. We're gonna go to our next caller. Calling from 678. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this? Hello, 678. If you can turn the radio off, please. 678. 678. Are you there? Okay, they're not there. All right, Dicey. So what can we look forward to? Now, I know you said the court today. Could you go more into what happened in the court to? Okay, hold on, another caller. Ca-
Absolutely.
Calling from
Okay, no
seven
problem. You
two.
let me know when you're ready.
Okay, 727. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about all of this?
My thoughts are, first off, it's so disheartening, because we're all raising kids in a world that no one considers anyone else or what they would feel like if it happened to them. I also feel like, for a long time, it was the whole angry black woman thing, and that we wanted to live down to it so badly that we end up living up to it and exceeding it, to the point where we have, just some heartless, women, because I just can't see how I can sit by and let another, woman or watch another woman be, tortured or even participate, and not have some reservation like, okay, guys, yeah, we didn't take this too far. Let's stop. Like, where does the consciousness leave? It is really sad.
You're right. It's very sad. I think the difference is that you were raised right. These people were probably dragged up and they don't have a heart. It reminds me, some people say these are Satan kids to do such a thing and to be so young and to not have compassion or have any remorse of the evil that they do, but they constantly do it back and forth to each other. So they were raised to be this way. They are conditioned, and this is normal to them. They're not normal, okay? They none of this
Yes.
is normal. But to them, it is normal because that's their world.
Facts. And I think a lot of times, another thing is mental health. We are not addressing mental health. There has to be a lot of mental health issues going on with these young people. Why are they so, just off? How does your brain not function to have
You
that
know,
compassion? Or, yes,
I can
being raised is
tell
right,
you, I
but
can tell you, it's about how you raise them. Some people say you have to make your kids civilized. If they're not civil, if you don't raise them to be civil, then what do you get? You get barbaric. You get out of control. A person with no empathy, no discipline, no respect for authority, no fear at all for anything, and no fear of death. because they were not raised
Right.
right. So I think it's a matter of
No
fact,
consequence.
these are not civilized people. I would not put them in the world of civilization. What they do for a living, they prey on good people. That is what they do. They prey on good people, and they do the most horrible things to people and take their money, and they feel entitled with that.
Yeah, and like I said, I think it was you that said it has a lot to do with that. What is it, gorilla epidemic, or whatever.
Yeah,
Just
that
so much that
gorilla
I feel like
spirit.
women are being so manly. Like we are so tough. Like I end up pulling myself back because I want to do everything by myself. When people try to help me, I say, no, I can do it. Or, somebody tries to help me with bags, or a man tries to help me. No, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. I have that I can do it on my own, mentality. And these women are showing this, like, manly, energy. You know what I'm saying? Almost to this
I
point
don't.
to where we're losing our femininity somewhat. You know what I mean? Like, when I look at this lineup of, women, it almost looks like it's just a lineup of men. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't really tell the difference between the men and women in these mugshots. I mean, we are
Got it.
losing
Well,
what
I don't.
makes us
To
women
me,
and makes us
I don't
soft.
feel like their look has anything to do with being a monster. You can be extra feminine and you can still be the devil. You can be extra
True story.
masculine as a man and still be the devil. So that does not, that is flesh. That is imagery. What you're failing to do is judge people for their spirit. Do they have integrity? Do they have
Right.
respect? Are they walking in love? And so often in our black community, we don't judge people based on their spirit. We're only looking at the visual. We're so in tune with the
The appearance.
flesh. Well, are you very
Mhm.
feminine? If you're not, if she's feminine now, she can still be poison. That don't
Right.
that
Well,
don't
what
mean
I
anything.
maybe
And
explanation. Well, what I was, I guess, trying to bring to is that what what I can't, when I look at like Mahogany, and then I look at the individuals that she was running with, I just can't. Because I guess you're not supposed to judge, but when you look at things, you automatically come up with your image, even if it's wrong. I just don't even see what they could possibly have in common. But that is my judgment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
right,
couldn't see her hanging with them for this to even happen to her. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
you got to
Well,
learn how, I guess,
I
not to
think
judge that book
I
by the
will
cover.
hope that it will open your eyes, because by you being so naive, it will only you do
Mhm.
yourself a disservice. People are
Yeah.
going to be around people um, that's different than them. People like difference. And Mahogany was around these girls possibly because they had some things that are the same and they have some things that are differently. And when you talk about the masculine, I guess masculine energy or whatever, I don't know. Some of these girls are more butch and that's just how they are. But I don't, that has nothing to do with if you're a monster or not. And then masculinity, it seemed like it's painted as like, oh my God, if you're masculine, then you're just evil. To me, masculine energy is that one of these girls to speak up as a leader and say, we have to stop this. Okay? I
Yeah.
know y'all want to
Yeah.
fight, but a masculine energy is to say we have to stop, speak with diplomat and speak with intelligence and to lead, to stop the bull crap, and let's come together and let's do something productive. That's my idea of masculine, because that is a leader. Just like when you have a pack, you
Right.
have an alpha, and that is considered the most masculine. But hell, in a
Right.
certain way, I don't know who was the pack. They say Tasia and the big man. They were the leaders, but they lead in
The leader,
destruction. And I
right.
think masculinity, it can be good or bad. You can be masculine and you can lead to somebody to greatness, or you can be masculine and lead to somebody to destruction. So
Right.
that's just what it
Right. Masculine
is.
energy would be able to stand up to all these people. It's like, hey, yeah, we came to fight her, but hey, we just took this too far
Yeah,
to be able
that's
to be that
tough.
strong
That's
force when
tough.
everybody else, right?
That is
That would be
definitely
a really hard
masculine.
thing to
Yeah,
do. You know
yeah.
what I mean? So I
Feminine energy
definitely
would be a
appreciate,
coward
you.
and just sit back and just not do anything. But we live in a different society and we have changed those ideologies because you can still be feminine and strong even though people see strong as masculine. So it's just what's your perspective, because a lot of us, we
Right.
see our parents are strong or our mothers are strong, especially the single mothers that have to do it on their own. That's strong. That, and some people may
All
see
right.
that
That's
as masculine, but that takes strength to take on that weight, and try to do the best you can. Hell, to work in a workplace, that's masculine energy because you're a provider. So it's all how you see
Yes, ma'am.
things.
Well, I just want to thank you so much for everything you do. This is actually my first day tuning into your channel. I seen a video you made, I think yesterday earlier, and I was intrigued. I love intelligence. I love to hear us be able to have conversations and be able to agree to disagree and come to a consensus that makes somewhat sense for everybody. And I just appreciated what you brought to the table, and you got your new sub. So keep up the
Oh,
good work.
thank you. I appreciate it. And one more thing, since we're talking about masculine and all that stuff, do you think it was feminine for the guys to just sit there and not say anything?
Yep, yep. Because as a man, you should have stood up. You're 6'3". You could have been able to almost all those women. You could have been able to say, "Hey, y'all, stop." You could have commanded that masculine energy that you automatically get that some men have to work hard for, like the guy that was like 4'11" or whatever, who was probably had little man syndrome his whole life. He wouldn't have been able necessarily maybe to command that as much as the man who's 6'3". Yeah,
What
hey,
what
he may
what
have
the
been able to be like, "Hey, y'all,
right.
cut it."
Well, the thing about the guy that's tall, his name is Amp. He did show masculine energy. It just wasn't in a good way. He was one of the leaders, and all you have to do is to be masculine is to have leadership. It doesn't have to be good. Masculinity is not always shown to be good. Just like I said, you can be feminine and you can be poison. So you can be
Right.
masculine and you can be the devil as well. But the other guys, well, hell, and another thing is too, I think sometimes, and me including me, I talk as if, you're a guy, you're tall, you could have stopped this. But what if he did not want to stop it? That was not in his heart. None of these people in this video had remorse. Because they said they have seen these video footages and they was all in it. They were taking turns, S and her, on that dirty mattress at night in that alleyway. They all was
That
taking
that is
turns.
so eerie. Like
And
just
they
that's just
said
such
she
an
was
eerie, like,
screaming.
oof.
She was screaming. They said all you hear was
I
her
know what I heard.
screaming. Could you imagine
Ugh,
those being your last
I
moments
guess.
living on this earth?
And they stripped her down, and like I said, to be able to ignore those screams and to see this poor girl after you had done so much, to just ignore it and to continue. Yeah. These are a different breed of people who, whatever they are, I don't want no part. Thank God that I haven't crossed their paths, and hopefully this is going to be enough to change, the direction of their lives forever, because this is
And can
something
I tell
that,
you
I'm
something
sure they didn't
else?
expect it to happen.
Can I tell you
Yes,
something
ma'am.
else? All of them got kids. Most of them got kids. These
Oh,
are
hell
parents.
no.
These are parents. Can you imagine that? These are parents. These are
Mm-hmm.
somebody parents.
These are people that, and we wonder why the society is the way that it is. Like you said, these are somebody's parents, and I'm a digress from there. That is somebody's mama that is teaching them life skills. That's scary. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Dicey, are you there?
You know I am, girl.
All right. So can you tell us, we do have another caller, but I wanted to talk to you a little bit more. You've been so patient. Can you tell us more about the court?
Yeah, let's go a little bit more detailed. So we already went over the fact that according to authorities and today's hearings, she was at a house party Saturday night at Brandon Pope's house. Brandon Pope goes, I think our previous caller said, by the name of Amp
Yeah. Now, where
on
does he
McMillan
stay?
Avenue. Yeah.
Do you know where he stay at?
It's a house, so it wasn't
Oh,
even an apartment.
he stay in a house. Okay. And do we have any
Yeah.
video footage of them at Amp's house?
No.
Okay.
They said the only video it says here one of the videos taken outside of Brandon Pope's house show Tasia Lewis and who's McCall? McCall, it just says stomping and spitting on Mahogany Jackson.
Wow.
So apparently the fighting started outside Amp's house, like your previous caller mentioned. It first started with fighting outside, then they put her in the trunk and they took her to Tasia's apartment. They did their deeds and somehow dragged her from that place to Dead Man's End.
Got it. Okay. Mm.
Yeah,
Do
it
you
was
know if
Tasia
Amp
that was.
is his parents speaking? Do you expect any of these parents to come up and speak up, or that would never happen?
No, because apparently, from other news sources, a family member turned one of the suspects in.
Oh, good job.
So apparently, yeah, great job. The streets know what happened, and they're all figuring out how to get him out of the house so the streets can, basically take their justice. But the family members themselves are calling in authorities and letting them know where they're at because they know that this wasn't right. They know it was a setup.
Good job.
And it wasn't supposed to go this far.
I'm so surprised. Now, who family, told the truth? Do you know who family member it was?
No. No, they're not giving that information up.
Do you think Blue is going to go to jail?
All we know is that she live streamed herself going to the station. I think it was earlier today. And she just kept saying like, okay, well, let's see if I'm implicated, or let's see if I had something to do with it. And no one's heard anything after that.
How could she be so nasty during this goddamn time, Blue? This the attitude you're giving? You're not feeling remorseful or sad that Mahogany is gone? Did she do that? Did she feel any sadness or whatever?
No, it's just like this whole nonchalant attitude.
Wow.
This like I wasn't there, la la la. But what it is she was at the house party. So now it makes sense when I heard that conversation where she was trying to absolve herself at the clubhouse chat, where she was saying, no, I told them they should leave when I came back the second time. That was at Amp's house. That was before that the fight started breaking out. Now it makes sense. When the other caller said that Mahogany was trying to leave and they caught her outside trying to leave.
Right.
So now that's making a lot of sense.
All right, we'll stay right there.
Yeah, but I mean, we have these videos, and hopefully they'll go through them and we'll get more details. And this is how they're piecing everything together. The one thing is, the authorities are agreeing that it was Mahogany that sent that text.
Yeah. You know what's so sick, too? Can I tell you something, Dicey, that would be so sick? These are the same people, when they lay Mahogany down to rest, they would try to attend her funeral. You guys know that, right?
I guess we are under some kind of spiritual attack then.
Well, just like Shanquella, Dicey, I don't know if you remember Shanquella, but Shanquella friends underlived her, and they were planning to go to her funeral. They were picking out the clothes to go to her funeral. And I bet you Dejanay and some of these others would have attended Mahogany's funeral. Yes, they would have.
I'm not sure what kind of times we're living in or what is going on in people's minds that they think that it's okay. Shanquilla was taken across the border at a resort, right? Somewhere. Cabo? Was it Cabo? Some
Cabo.
kind of,
Yep, Cabo.
yeah, some kind of resort thinking that, making her think that she would be okay. But in actuality, they took advantage of the situation of nobody being aware of them because they knew that the place was vacant. Nobody was going, it was dead. So they did their homework too with her. She didn't even fight back, did she?
No, none of it. And that's the spooky thing, Dicey. None of these girls fought back. Mahogany did not fight back.
You
Shanquella
want
did
to know
not
why,
fight
girl?
back.
They
And
were
hold on,
drunk.
wait, Dicey. They said Shanquella, she had something. They gave her something. She was out of it. She was loopy.
Oh, didn't they mention that there was some kind of injection on her neck or something like that?
I don't know what it was. They said something. All I know, she was loopy.
Oh, man. Well, look, the reports say that Mahogany Jackson was extremely drunk, that the videos show her slurring and she's moving like if she's very drunk. That's why she's not really fighting back and she seems all loopy and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, stay right there. We got more callers.
Yes,
Caller
ma'am.
from
I got you.
504. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this?
Hey, Gigi, how you doing?
Good. Can you turn your radio down or TV if you can
Yeah,
turn it off? Cause I hear something in the background. It's
I turned it off.
thank you.
Gigi, my heart goes out first of all to this Mahogany daughter, her mother, and family. My heart goes out to you and your two speakers that you have on hold.
Thank you.
This is really heartbreaking to me, and they should rot in hell, the people that done it to this girl. I've been following you from the first day you posted. I've been sharing it on my page so that people could see it. My friends, relatives, and friends
Thank
could
you.
see what you speaking out on, what you speaking about, what's going on in the world and with this girl here, because it is so sad. I've been sending it to my daughters, my nieces, my sisters, the ones that's not even on Facebook. I've been sharing this and hoping people will pick up on it. This is so sad. And I just want to tell you to keep up the good work, baby.
Aw,
Because
thank you.
Gigi, you is on it. You
Thank
is
you so
on it,
much.
baby. And I'm glad you own it and you stick with it, and I'm going to stick with you. But those were devils.
Yeah. And I
Those
said Satan
people,
kids. Didn't I say Satan kids?
they are all Satan kids. And for them to be parents and have children, why would somebody go there and do that to their child? In revenge. That is so wrong to torture a child like that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. I can't speak no more on it. I'll just continue watching it.
All right.
I pray for everybody. When I say my prayers, I pray for everybody out here in the world,
Yes. Yes.
going and coming. So my heart goes out to the three of you that's speaking up on this, and y'all keep everybody updated. You keep speaking about it because I'm going to keep sharing it. And I don't care how many times they get tired of me posting it, I'm going to post it as long as you speak on it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right, we're going to let her go. Calling from 678, you're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this?
Hey, Gigi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, perfect. Yes, Gigi. So my name is Prince. I kind of just tuned into your podcast not too long ago. And as I was sitting here listening to this, it's just been very, very troublesome for me to just hear this type of news break again. I mean, we have just seen repeatedly, throughout the last couple of years, like you all just mentioned, Shanquella Robinson, Kanika Jenkins, now this young lady here. And one of the things that I just want to bring to light about these situations that I'm starting to see a pattern in, that I feel like it is very, very important for people to start waking up and actually really paying attention to, is how important it is to monitor the type of company that is around you and the type of people that you choose to associate yourselves with, whether it's friends, family, associates, I don't care. Because one thing that I tell people all the time, you don't have to be Christian. You do not have to be spiritual to literally believe that there are demons on this fucking earth. I tell people that all the time. You don't have to be aligned in anything spirit, but I will literally tell people that there are demons on this earth. And if you're not going to stay prayed up, then in order to kind of stay away out of these people that don't mean any good for you, you have to be very, very selective on the company that you keep. When you have friends in your circle or people that you have around you, and all of a sudden, maybe one or two people, you're getting weird vibes out of intuition. You can't put your finger on it, but you don't feel comfortable around them. And it's just like, you may be clouded by, you all are in an environment or space having a good time partying, but deep down inside, there's something about this person that you do not like, you don't rock with to some degree. Or let's just say, you start noticing they, give you little half compliments, and, it's like they give off the impression that they're happy for you when it comes down to things that you succeed at, but at the end of the day, it's kind of offset by a half a mark or something shady, stuff like that. Like, these little small things are literally behind people that I have noticed and I have seen that will have negative agendas for people that they are around. And I feel like a lot of times people do not pay attention to those things. I guarantee you, if Mahogany Jackson survived that attack, she would literally be here to tell people that those individuals that she may have been around probably shown red flags that she probably just overlooked. We see it all the time and time again. And I just want people to look at these situations and please start examining and starting to see that just because these people that you may have a good time with, just because these are people that you may hang with, do not mean that they have good intentions for you, do not mean that their heart is in it for you. It may not even mean that they're actually people that you need to have any type of affiliation to. Like, with me being 27 now, I have started to be very, very cognitive of the company that I keep, because I have no room in my life going forward for anybody that is giving me weird vibes, because I feel like that is what sets up the foundation for these situations to happen. You know what I mean?
Yes, we absolutely do. Dicey,
Yes.
what are your thoughts on that?
That had to be right on point. I don't disagree at all. It's a huge challenge to remind people what this is about. There is light and there is darkness, and the darkness is always attracted to the light. If you don't know how to speak to a higher power, which is also known as the Most High, you're going to lose that light and the darkness will come within. But you always have that right to turn on that light within and ask Christ for help. You don't have to be anything. You don't have to be baptized. You just say, please help me, God. They listen all the time. And it's really, really hard to get that message out when you have less than half of the world believing. So we just have to remind people how to fight these sources. I'll let you all a big tip about headaches. Did you know that if you rub your palms together to the point of heat, you know what I mean? When you rub your palms together to get them pretty hot.
Yeah, I get
You
it.
can use that heat. You can use that heat and rub it on your temples of your head, right? Your side temples. your headache will go away pretty quick. There's also acupuncture points on your palms of your hand. When you have dreams, that's the spirit realm of you telling you some red flags and warnings. And you know what? I'm going to agree with this caller. This girl probably did see all the red flags with these people, and she probably decided to ignore them just to be part of their little gang and their little crew. She probably thought it was normal for them to be that way.
Right, right. And see, I tell people all the time, sometimes, it's okay to have seasons of isolation, right? Like seasons to where you may not have a whole lot of friends or you may not even be dating. Like you have to get comfortable with being able to just be alone for a brief moment, because during those times of seasons of isolation, you will be able to not only build a stronger sense of value and self-worth in yourself, but you will be able to start to see people's intentions from a mile away. You can't do that when you got people that's all in your face all the time causing distraction. You just can't. Your intuition become very, very clouded at that point because it's too many distractions in front of you. And the last thing that I just wanted to leave with people as well is that, it also was disheartening for me to hear that these ladies did not fight back. Like, when they were saying that the videos were out and they were saying that, she wasn't fighting back, like I said, I don't know the circumstance. I haven't seen the videos. I don't want to see them, but I will always tell people, everybody that has a life here today, your life is worth fighting for. I don't give a damn if you've never been in a physical altercation of your life. If your life feels threatened, you fight to the end of motherfucking time, because if you're going to go out of here, I would much rather somebody go out of here fighting than sitting there taking all that pain. Like, that's what really kind of screwed with me when I heard that,
Yeah. Well, let's just watch the language. But just to give you
Oh,
an
I'm sorry.
idea what it was going on, she was drunk. It was a setup
Okay.
by 8 to 10 of her friends. They all were surrounding her. They confronted her about some stuff that she said. She confessed to another girl that she was sleeping with one of the girls' baby daddies. Her baby daddy has been dead and they were not even together. But one of the girls felt some type of way just because. So, Mahogany, she already felt guilty in the wrong, so it didn't seem like she wanted to fight, and she was drunk. And then on top of that, they also was putting lies on her, but she didn't know how to really confront it back because she was drunk and her words was getting slurred. And so they just took advantage. It was planned, it was set up. um yeah, if she did fight, she was gonna lose it anyway, because it was 5 men, big tall men, 3 big women, 2 small girls. They all had it out for her. I think the only thing with her fighting back and just getting a scratch in is, if I mark your
Mhm.
face, you're gonna have to explain that. So that's just my point.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's gone out of here. And honestly, if I was her, I'm scary as hell. I wouldn't fight back. Cause I feel like if I
But that's
hit you, then you go take it out way, way worse. Even though, looking at it, she didn't have a chance. But I don't know. I fear that if
but
I
you
hit
know
you, you're gonna hit me harder. But go ahead.
No, you're right. No, and I'm sorry, I was just going to say there was a situation that was very, very similar to this that happened in the early to mid 90s. And it was about this very beautiful light skinned girl in the Bronx area. And what ended up happening, it was a very similar situation. She got set up, and literally she was about 5'2" or 5'3", but she was dealing with some guy that she was dating. And, one of the girls or one of his ex-girlfriends had found out about her, and they were, extremely jealous of her or something. But basically they set her up to get jumped and attacked in this apartment. He actually was orchestrated the situation. He told her to come over. They were just going to be hanging out, just him and her. And then when she gets there, it's like 8 or 9 girls that came out and like 3 guys. But, she was just saying that she just remembered during the attack that, she was not fighting back because she felt like, well, hey, if I show resistance or if I defend myself, then it's gonna be even more. But when she seen how bad they were like tearing her up, she was like, okay, I'm gonna have to defend myself. So they were just saying that, once they, analyzed the situation, like if she did not like put up some type of restraint, she probably would have died, because she actually did survive the attack. and she had to get reconstructive surgery. But they said that because she did fall, even though she was outnumbered, you know, that kind of helped her in that situation. So that's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, more times than not, I definitely agree with you. You know, she probably still would have been killed, but I just want people to still give it a chance. You know, just to defend yourself. Just defend yourself as much as you can.
Yeah, well, you know what I would say with her, she is
Mm-hmm.
privileged. That's lucky, you know. But most
Yeah.
likely, it doesn't happen like that for most people. And I will say, well, Mahogany, she did fight back. She didn't give up because she sent out a text
Yeah.
to her mom. So that was strength in within itself. And that text that she sent to her mom, it actually helped the police solve her case because it was going to go cold. But because of that text
Right.
saved her. So she had the strength after all she been through to text to say, hey, help, I'm here, call the police. Some people don't even have the strength to text that. Some people like, I'm too scared, they're gonna just end me if I do it, you know. But she was
Yeah.
brave enough to do that. So I do commend her for that.
Yep. No, I agree. I definitely feel as though that I definitely feel as though that they need the death penalty though for them, the electric chair, because I feel like now prison is becoming too much of a luxury. They got phones in there. It's almost as if they sometimes living it better than people outside in the real world. I don't really feel like that's really going to be enough punishment. Like I'm to the point now to where I'm like, if people create heinous crimes like that and wipe people off of this earth, they should be wiped out as well. That's just how I feel about that. But you know, that's just
Well, I think
my
so.
opinion.
Dicey, I believe Dicey, didn't you say, or did you say that they're looking at life in jail or the death penalty?
No, capital murder. So, which is better than death because death is too sweet for them.
Yeah,
They could
it's too quick,
castrate
too
them and
easy.
keep them in a cell and continue to torture them on a consistent daily basis, and I would pay for that without a second thought. I don't want death for them. Death is way too sweet, Gigi. No way.
Well,
Well,
that's
thank you,
so
Gigi. I
sad.
appreciate it.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate you. Okay, call back some more. All right. So Jamie says in the chat that survivor is still being harassed and followed by her attacker. Well, they need to go to jail. She need to send him to jail. My goodness. My goodness. All right. Calling from 111 Anonymous. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this? All right. Calling from 804. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this?
Hi, the Messy Sweet Spot. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I wanted to come in and leave something for our young listeners here. First, I want to say hats off to you. I look at you over time to time, and you do some tremendous investigative work, putting your stuff together and really painting a picture for us to see and go by.
Thank you.
Very brief, because I'm getting ready to have me some tea and finish looking at this. We have to draw together how the younger generation now, how they record every single thing it is that happens. Between the Kanika Jenkins, Shanquella Robinson, and Mahogany Jackson, I am in the legal field, and I am also a healer. And when the Kanika Jenkins story came out, it haunted my soul. So when this happened with Mahogany Jackson, I'm usually tuned into CNN or something else, but her spirit came to me again. And what I want to share is between Kanika, Shanquella, and Mahogany, the things in common was they were all at a party. They're all prettier girls than their attackers. They were all stripped naked. They were all had people that were jealous of them. It was all behind money and revenge. I wanted to touch very briefly with the last caller, the gentleman that was on the line. Her phone, the reason why I believe, and this is just my belief, that she was moved from after her mom came with the police and they asked where she was at 2 something, and Tasia said she was gone, was that in some of the news covers that I've been seeing, before they moved her to the last spot, they were pressing her for the password to her phone. So they had to know at some point in time, she was talking to somebody, she was texting somebody, but who is it that she's talking to and she's texting to? In the middle of her being attacked, you can see her putting up her hands. You can clearly see this young woman is scared that these punks are beating up on her for a man that in the end was a part of her SA. Okay? She was moved several different times. If we take a look at video 1 from video 2, when they initially started fighting her out in the parking lot, she had on a totally different outfit than when she was in video 2 inside the house, where she looks like she had on some clothes that was given to her. Okay? The SA part, I believe, took place at the very end before you see some part of video 3, where she's being assaulted on the on the concrete, because they talked about the young man that shot her because he was attempting to SA her, and they talked about how confident it is that he wouldn't get caught because who would know where mattresses are in this certain area. So to the young listeners, I have daughters who are 22 and 19 in college and stuff. Please, please, please read the room, okay? I know we're living in the era where everything is, hey, girl, yeah, and I look good, and I'm this, and I'm that, and selfie, selfie, selfie. Understand, there's nothing wrong with loving on yourself and feeling beautiful, but when you walk into a room of demons and they see that glow in you, they target you. People will begin to befriend you just so that they can contribute to your demise. And my heart goes out to the family of Mahogany Jackson, as it has always gone out to Shanquilla Robinson's family and Kanika Jenkins' family. That is a story that I still, to this day, and I've been covering since day one, cannot seem to shake at all. But I want to call in, and I rarely do this, but I want to call in and I want to share the comparison between each of these young ladies and how they came to their demise, to show that this is a culture that is going on now. Even with the young lady that she's saying in the video, Blue, no, I was saying I was lower to Blue, who was her friend. This young lady goes live while she's turning herself in and saying, oh, you'll see that I ain't had nothing to do with it. We'll see. We are living in a culture where this generation has no, it's really sad. Stay prayed up. Read the room, young ladies. Understand who your friends are, and always reach for the stars. Always reach higher, because you just never know. Thank you.
Thank
Messy
you.
Sweet Pot. I appreciate you for letting me come on.
Thank you. And I would like to add to what you're saying, and especially about the news. Now, Jeremiah, on the news, they say that he attempted. However, I had a witness and plenty of witnesses have seen the video, and they have seen Jeremiah not attempt, but he actually did SA her. It was also the big guy named Amp. He's like 6 foot something. He's big. And other guys SA'd her on that mattress, and she was just screaming in the video. Okay. And also, it was one of the girls that were participating in SN her as well. And she was doing nothing but screaming. And while they were SN her, the other people were, putting paws on her. And she was just screaming, and nobody can hear her because they was up in that forest type of alleyway situation. And also, I know you're talking about the videos. Well, this is what I've been told, that the first video is when they were in the house. That's when Ariana confronted Mahogany about
Okay.
being with her baby daddy. You know, her baby daddy has passed
Right.
away.
Right.
Ariana did not know that Mahogany was sleeping or did sleep with her baby daddy. Now, Ariana and Mahogany, they were cool. They were friends. And I guess Ariana felt betrayed that you're around me and I didn't know you done slept with my baby daddy. And you up here, you telling Blue you slept with my baby daddy. And Blue is the one that told Ariana that Mahogany is going around telling everybody that she was sleeping with your baby daddy. And Blue told Ariana that because Blue was jealous that everybody was liking Mahogany, and Blue felt like she was like on the outs. So she needed to put some poison in the air to water Mahogany down. So when Ariana found that, she was appreciative that Blue was the only one that was keeping it real with her. And she felt like everybody else, y'all knew this shit and y'all didn't tell me, especially you, Mahogany, you've been in my face. And so she was confronting. And just to let you know, I don't know if you know this, but Tasia, Ariana, you know they're related. Okay?
Yeah. No, I did not know that.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Tasia, Ariana are related, and so is Giovanni, the big girl. They all three of them, they are all cousins.
Oh, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense because the news was speaking on they were speaking on Mahogany attacking and jumping Tasia, and then Tasia is getting revenge for Mahogany and her crew jumping them. So see, this is why we come to you, Messy Sweet Spot, because you're gonna give us the tea.
Yeah,
The
and you
tea,
know
and
what?
I appreciate you.
Anytime the news, they don't even know what they're talking about. The news get their tea from the streets, and they trying to fish it. And that's just how the news is always. You know, now people are going to social media for the breaking news. As you guys can see,
Yeah.
TV is like outdated now. Nobody goes to to get the tea from TV.
Well, let me say this before I go. Again, the times that we are living in is the time to be aware. And I want to bounce off this very, very quickly. Spiritually wise, these individuals, and I hear one of the young ladies has been attacked already in jail. She's been jumped by 5 individuals in jail.
Wow. Which
they
one?
Are about to go,
Which one?
It was on the, I have to look up that YouTuber again.
Got it.
But,
which one? Do you know which,
I believe it was
what person?
Tasia.
Tasia was jumped in jail already?
Yeah, I believe it was Tasia.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
No, I was listening. Okay, Tasia was jumped in jail. Okay.
I believe it was Tasia. It was either Tasia or the other young lady. They were jumped in jail, and they showed the 5 inmates that jumped them. I believe it's 3 or 4 African Americans and 1 Caucasian young lady that jumped her inside jail. And it's to be said that there is some things coming for the men that will be going into jail as well.
Yes.
And stuff. So I guess Birmingham really get down. They get down inside their jails. So, hey. But their spirit will be hunted behind this. Their spirit will be hunted. They will be tortured. And I'm not saying this to say that I wish this on them. I'm saying this as an individual that is older and from a spiritual realm when it comes to demonic and higher calling and stuff. They're about to experience the very, very worst of their life. If they don't take their life, if they're not on a constant basis being SA'd on a constant basis, being made to wash up somebody's drawers, being made to make somebody's food, cook their food. Criminals do a lot of things. They do a lot of things. But one thing they do not take good to is messing with kids and SAing. Someone in numbers of a gang SAing them. So if you come into their system and you are an individual that has gang SA someone, understand your booty hole is not safe. Thank you, Messy Pot.
Thank you.
Sweet Pot, I'm sorry.
It's all It's okay. It's okay. I really.
Messy sweet spot. Thank you,
It's
darling.
okay. I really enjoyed your commentary, and I hope that we hear from you again. Now, before you go, you said Tasia was jumped in jail. Now, did this happen to be in the shower?
Well, the details of her being jumped in jail has not come out as of yet. Now, you could play around, and I guess you can. I'll try to see if I can drop in your inbox that YouTuber, but she has been assaulted.
Now,
As soon as she got in there.
got it. I did see on Facebook where it says Tasia got jumped by 6 people in a shower, but I had no idea what that meant. I didn't know if that was
That's what I'm
prior.
referring to.
Huh?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to, but they didn't offer any more details behind it. It's just that she had got jumped.
Yeah, so I didn't know
you knew
what
that
it was.
The shower. I didn't know it was the shower. I just knew that she had got jumped as soon as she got in there, and they had at least the pictures of the individuals that had jumped her.
Okay, yeah, I think she got jumped in the shower then, because now we're putting 2 and 2 together. Yeah.
I love it. I love you. Continue with the good work. I'm going to keep on listening and keep on liking, clicking, and subscribing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Dicey, what are your thoughts about that? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard her, and she helped fill in some gaps in a different perspective, and we need a family member to call in and give us some inside scoop here, though, because we know the family was in the court hearing, and we know that nobody's going to share that information with us other than somebody being there. We've got to wait a minute for the courts to provide those details, those transcripts. Those take a second, but right now I just...
Mm-hmm. Now, what are your thoughts about the Tasia being jumped in the showers? Hello?
Do we continue being crass and trash, or do we up it a level and give her just desserts? Death is too sweet, but jumping her doesn't teach her a lesson because of the fact that that's all she's ever known. What about a lobotomy? What about shock therapy? I'm through with these old tactics that have never worked. You're talking about something that's being done for like over 100 years. Do you remember a time, Gigi, when women would call the police and the police would come just to beat your man if you said that he was putting his hands on you, right? His paws and whatnot. You know, and nowadays anybody can scream any crime, but come on now, it's not working. So what do? Do we put him in the front line to go fight with our military? Go do something productive?
No, I mean, that's an honor to serve in the military. You don't do that. And that's not fair to our military people to have them working besides criminals. And besides, how did a criminal become a criminal? Because they cannot follow the law. So that does our people a disservice. Why do we want someone that can't follow the law to fight for us or to have that honor? To be a part of that's an honor. No, they don't get that. But okay, let's go on to our next caller. Calling from 334, you're live on the air. Welcome to the Messy Sweet Spot. What are your thoughts about this?
Hey, Gigi, this is Jay again from Alabama.
Oh, hey, Jay, I'm sorry.
Earlier.
What happened?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It just the call dropped. I don't know what was going on.
I was like,
Yes,
I don't want to feel like I'm stalking him. Keep calling.
Yes, ma'am. But I do want to piggyback off of the last 2 callers because I actually had served in the military myself. 2 tours. I did 6.5 years. I got hurt and I got out on a medical discharge. But before that, in my younger years as a teenager, I was getting into a lot of trouble, right? So I've been to the county jail a couple of times throughout my teen years. And I'm going to tell you, out there, it's those bailiffs out there, they have this thing with the prisoners where they can exchange things. Like they'll sometimes bring in cell phones and things for them, and then they'll get paid by somebody on the outside. You feel what I'm saying? Like I've been in that kind of life before in my life. So, and I'm gonna tell you, Tasia, yes, she got jumped, and so did the other guy. They're all in protective custody out there in Jefferson County Correctional Facility. They got them boys in protective custody because they put them paws on them as soon as those boys got back there in general population.
Okay, can you tell me that
I got
again?
this.
Tell us. So Tay got jumped in jail. Tay got jumped in jail.
Oh,
Tasia.
yeah. Oh, she definitely did. She was one of the last ones to get arrested because, see, a lot of people don't know that Tasia works at an Amazon warehouse, and that's where they arrested her at. Yeah, so yeah, she was like one of the last ones to get arrested. Oh, yeah. So by that time, all those girls out there already knew, and those were big women. They were big women, the ones that put paws on her.
God, did you see the
They was
pictures?
averaging 150, 160 pounds.
Did you see the pictures?
Oh yeah, I saw the pictures and I seen the sizes and the weights. Like yeah, those were bigger women. Like they definitely mopped the floor with her. If you just see how tall some of those women were, how heavy they were. Oh yeah, she definitely got. Yeah, she got the paws put on her. Absolutely.
What did Tasia eyes look like in the picture? What did her eyes look like?
I didn't see pictures of her after the.
Okay.
You know, I just heard about it and I did some research on it myself. So
Got
they do
it.
have online. They posted the women who actually attacked her. So they have like their height and their weight and what they were in there for, you know. But those were all big women. You know, one of the callers, one of the previous callers was talking about how they posted it online. But yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah, and those big women, they got their hands on her and just mopped the floor with her. They definitely did. You know they did. But
did they get Giovanni
but I knew
Big
that.
Butt?
I don't know about Giovanni. I don't know about her, but I know they got Tasia, and I know they got all the guys. All the dudes are definitely in protective custody right now in Jefferson County.
Why they
I
in
got that
protective
information with
custody?
authority. Because as soon as they got back there in general population, those boys attacked them. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so
When
they
you-
all got
when
they
you,
all got touched.
Oh yeah, they all
Even
got touched.
Amp
They all
got
got touched back
touched.
there. Every last one of them.
What did they do
Every
to
last one
Amp?
of them.
What did they do? Did they
I
violate
don't-
his
I
cornhole?
don't know the actual details. All I know is they got jumped back there. Now the SA, that's probably gonna come down the road once they go to prison.
Yeah, they
'Cause
need
like
to,
the-
do, they
like
need
those
to
inmates-
do that to Amp. They need to violate that
Yeah.
cornhole.
Oh, they will. They will. That's what I'm saying. Because like those prisoners, they be knowing. They know exactly. Like I said, I was in this lifestyle when I was a younger guy, and when you back there in general population, you know those bailiffs, they control the TV, right? So all the time, those televisions be on news stations, CNN, MSNBC, all the time. I'm telling you. So like they got word that way. They were getting word through cell phones that they had back there, and I'm telling you, like. I'm from Alabama. I live in Alabama. And there, like in Birmingham, there's a lot of people who know people. Anybody in the chat can confirm this for you. That's from Birmingham. People know people who know people. And you can get touched out there, especially in Jefferson County. Especially out there. Oh, yeah. Just the way they got general population set up out there. Oh, yeah. Them boys can put their hands on you as soon as those bailiffs leave out there. And it takes a while for them to get to you because you got to go through like 3 different security doors for them to get to you. So, you know, them boys are in good form. Good form. You see, when you're a monster, you don't deserve justice. You don't deserve fairness. You know what I'm saying? You don't. So, yeah, anybody from Birmingham will tell you, them boys don't play. So I'm glad that he, you know, that those boys getting touched out there. And they're going to get really touched by Big Bubba once they go down the road to prison. Because, see, we have a supermax prison here in Alabama. Up there in Huntsville, we have like a supermax prison up there. That's where they house the worst of the worst. You talking about monsters. Yeah, that's where they going. And it's going to be lovely.
Well, I got to say they did earn it. They worked hard for this.
They absolutely did. And for all the young women out here, I'm going to tell you, man, be careful because, like, a lot of guys, they'll say things amongst each other that they'll never say around women. And when I was growing up and when I was living a little rougher in my life before I changed my life, you would be amazed at some of the things these dudes would say around each other. They're so comfortable to say. And you know, we'll make jokes out of it and laugh, but it's serious. Women, y'all women have to be careful. And this is coming from a man. Now, my wife is like 5'2", maybe 110 pounds. I could not imagine I cannot imagine her being in a situation like that when you got a big 6-foot-something man right there, looking scary and savage. You feel what I'm saying? That's why she didn't want to fight back, because you had the main leader was the biggest guy in the room. You see what I'm saying? And you know, most women aren't as strong as most men. Even if it's a smaller man, he can outdo you in strength. You know what I'm saying? It's just a natural biological thing. That's just biology. So women have to absolutely be careful out here. Please do. I understand you like to take your pictures, you like to go to parties and this, that, and the other. But I'm telling you, I've been around a lot of grimy guys growing up in my life. And these dudes will go out of their way. They used to do this thing where with a dude, and they used to laugh about this, where a guy will, like, you get a girl, right? You pretend like you drinking or doing whatever you're doing with her. You let her consume it, but you don't really consume it. You just pretend. This is what they be doing. I'm telling you, this is the whole thing that these guys know about. You just pretend that you get intoxicated with them. Let them get intoxicated, and then that's when you feel what I'm saying? Like, it's sickening. Yeah. You know, so that's why I had to change my life, because I was around the wrong type of guys. No, I couldn't. I just couldn't. So I changed my life. I went off to the military, had to do something with myself, because these guys were getting killed, going to prison, and for the most heinous stuff. And these were guys I couldn't imagine. And once I hear stories about them, I'm like, wow, he actually did that. I was just hanging with this dude the other day. You never know what's really in their mind, especially when they're on all these mind-altering drugs. You never know. And all of those guys were on powder. They were all on the booger sugar.
Wow.
They were. Yeah, even the guy, the Blair, his baby mama even said that she don't even mess with him no more. He don't even look the same. He doesn't act the same. He doesn't think the same. Those mind-altering drugs will do it to you. You can look at these guys in this picture, and you could tell they own something. Look at them. It's sickening. So women, please be careful out there. Please, please.
No, I just got a text.
The average man can overpower.
What? And can you tell us your name or a nickname? Give us a nickname. Don't
Jay.
Put your real name.
Jay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Jay.
Now I got a text from my DM, and you guys can feel free to text me my DM. And she says here, this is K Black. I ain't gonna put the name out. K says she texts at 7:30 a.m. Why wasn't she reported by her mom until 11:15 p.m.? ? And now
reported by her mom.
Yeah, I don't know if she have her information right or not. This is just what she's asking me. And now I want to know what the time of death is, because that would tell the timeline. They tortured her. I keep crying. This is so sad. So, Dicey, do you have the reports of what time the mom actually report this?
The challenge ends up being that we don't have the same information, because the mom saw the text late. She didn't answer it or call it, but it is an understanding that the police went over there immediately that morning, because she has a sister there too who was in the area, because she pinned the address to her sister. Those are the Facebook messages, right?
Yeah.
So the police were there that Sunday morning, but Tasia said, oh, she left at 2 a.m. And I guess nobody had the right mind to think that, call her, pin her phone, let's see where it pops up. If you're being told that there's evidence of a police report that the mom didn't file a missing person till 11:15 p.m. that night, then the authorities in the news are saying the wrong thing, because they themselves said that they started investigating Sunday 8 a.m.
Right. So that's why I'm thinking maybe this person has it wrong. They have to. I can't see that happening. Okay, this person has it wrong. They have to.
Well, they have it right in a sense, because in the state of Alabama, there is a window before you can file a missing persons report, similar to that Carly Russell situation, where they were like, oh, why didn't they file a missing report on her instantly? Because in the state of Alabama.
They didn't need to file, though. She had sent a message saying that she was abducted, that she was being held hostage.
Yeah, but see, they have to have.
That's why there was no report filed, so it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying.
If the police need a filing just for what is that word? For like for the bean counters, basically for process, just for the sake of having things in order and documentation. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then yeah, maybe that is a correct technical thing, Gigi. Maybe the mom filed that night at 11:15 p.m. because the police told her to, not because they were looking for her. Because everyone's saying everybody was out there. Sources are from Clubhouse, and maybe you, Jay, could clarify for us since you have access. My understanding, it was Mahogany's cousin that reached out to Two Guns Veto through the Clubhouse group, saying, "My cousin's been abducted. Please put it out there." And apparently, it was that morning. It was that Sunday morning.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Dicey. Yeah, he did receive that information from a cousin.
Is what I'm trying to point out. I'm not saying that your source is incorrect. I'm saying technically, maybe because they just needed some paperwork to be filed, which is idiotic. Why would you file a missing persons report when your daughter texts you saying that she's been held abducted? Not just you, your mom, but your sister too. Not just one person, but another person. Not just that one, like consecutively, one following the other, but 16 minutes apart.
Yeah.
My God, I'm gonna start crying because the hell this girl must have gone through just to get to the freaking phone, to have the courage to send Mom, this hurry apartment 3. Can you put yourself in this girl's shoes? Ooh.
Right.
Maybe you could help us out there, Jay, because I really think that it's a legality, a technicality, like a process. Yeah. So it doesn't matter when the mom files the report, because at the end of the day, if I go to a court of law, it's incorrect. It's erroneous documentation. She was not missing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the process. It's the legality, like you said, behind it. It has to be overhauled because that's the law here in the state of Alabama. Like, they have to wait a certain amount of time before you can officially file someone as a missing person, and it's ridiculous because all that time that's passing, man, anything could happen to them. So I feel like that's one of the laws that need to be revamped seriously because I feel like she could have been saved. She could have been saved. I feel like she could have been saved. It was possible. But because of like you said, the legalities and the way the justice system is set up, a lot of these old rules are on the books that need to be revamped. It was, you can say that was one of the reasons, she was unalived as well.
That's an attorney. If you could just go pro bono for this case and use Latin rule in the court of law, you will get a lot out of that instead of using modern rules. And any attorney that's listening, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Latin verbiage gets you way more than English verbiage. You know what? Here, I'll even do you one better. Use maritime law. That's global based. Okay? You want to talk about military service? My whole freaking in-laws have been in it. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your services, Jay. You have no idea that I am aware what you go through. My God, my God, thank you for my freedom. I appreciate you. Because of you, I am able to speak now. So thank you for what you've done and your stories.
It was my pleasure. It was my pleasure because I love America just as much as the next person, so much so that I was willing to fight for it. Because people don't understand. Like, I've been in a couple of places throughout the world, just throughout my military career, and people that just don't understand just the simple liberties and freedoms that they have here that they take advantage of every day. We don't have rolling blackouts here where your power is cut for hours at a time, or we don't have, or you know what I'm saying? We have the CDC, we have the USDA, the FDA. We have a lot of government agencies set in place to protect our food, our products, and things of that nature. It's not like that in most other places in the world.
It's hell in other places.
Yes, absolutely. And I got a chance to see that up close and personal.
In Mexicali, let me tell you something. You don't get to have gas. You buy gas on a daily basis when the truck is passing by you. And if you don't have the cash in pesos, you don't get gas that day. And you better get up at the crack of dawn because everybody in the hood is in line at the corner of that little barrienda. Not even a street.
Yeah.
Everything's dirt. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. You smell that duck swamp on a daily basis. You kidding me? We are in a bubble here, and the least that we can do is at least fight for one another and let the world know when something's not right by raising our voice, because that is exactly what we are fighting for, freedom of speech. And if we cannot speak about this, then what is this about then?
Right. What is it about? It's really sad. So again, women, protect yourself. I know y'all like to take y'all pictures and go to these little outings and things of that nature, but it's sad to say, but I think a lot of women need to kind of change how they do things, because these guys learn patterns. Like, they're predators.
They're predators. Teach the girls to remove their GPS location before they take any videos or any kind of pictures, because when they post that up, any predator knows how to look that information up.
Absolutely. Like the young girl down in Georgia that went to the University of Georgia, who just got unalived by that illegal immigrant. Now, it's funny because people who lived in the apartment complex, because on the campus in the University of Georgia, the campus is huge. So there are a lot of apartments that are within, within the campus property, right? And the girl used to take this little route through these apartments to connect from one running trail to another. This guy, and there were people in the apartment complex who knew this guy and his brother, and it was a couple of immigrants who were living in his apartment. It was like 5 of them. But they said that the guy would come outside and sit and watch her every day, run from one side to another to connect to that trail. And that's what he ended up killing. Unaliving the girl. Right off that trail next to a retention pond. Right next to the little trail she likes to run on. So, and that's what I'm saying. These predators, they watch you and they learn your patterns and stuff like that, man. Women, y'all have to be careful out here. It's a different time. It is a different time now. These dudes are different now. The drugs are different. Everything is different. Please be careful out there, because like men aren't what they used to be. They're full of emotion. They don't know how to resolve issues through just conversation. You know what I'm saying? They don't know any of this. They're being raised to be super emotional and don't know how to deal with their issues, and then they just explode. You know what I'm saying? It's saddening, because they as a man, they make us all look bad when they're acting like this. You're gonna make just the average woman afraid to be next to the average man out here. And most men, and I'm gonna tell you, most men, all of the guys that I know outside of my life when I was a teenager, because I was running with the wrong crew then. But after I grew up and matured and really realized what was really going on out here, I connected with people who are like-minded like myself, right? Most men that I know would rather come to the defense of a woman that he does not know, rather attacking her. Okay, so majority of men won't do this. You feel what I'm saying? But you still have that group out there that will, and you just don't know. So you need to be careful, because there's a lot of weirdos out here, and they like to lurk. They like to sit back and watch. You never know where these guys are watching you from. So change your patterns. Don't do the same thing every day. If you're out here running, change your route. If you're out here going to work, change which way you go to work sometimes. Change your pattern, man, because these dudes are out here watching, and it's scary when you think about it. You got these, just look at this guy, this amp, as big as he is. You know what I'm saying? Over 6 foot, nearly 300 pounds. Most women, there's no woman that could fight him off, not even a bodybuilder. A dude that big, you wouldn't be able to do anything with him. You feel what I'm saying? Like, these monsters come in all shapes and sizes, and colors too. So please be careful out here, man. Because Lord knows, I don't know what I would have did to these guys, man. If I could have my hands on them, just give me about 20 minutes in a shed in the middle of nowhere with some duct tape and a Louisville Slugger bat. Just let me have my fun with it. That's what I would do. But since that's not the reality is, women, be careful.
Do you think the situation would have changed if Mahogany would have had a Glock on her?
No, I don't think the situation would have changed, because you had too many people like fighting, like you know what I'm saying? Like I said, when you in that situation, like just imagine you being in that situation. You got all these people just savagely coming at you, and you have these big, huge dudes that are condoning this. You feel what I'm saying? Like she wouldn't be able to fight them off. That's what I'm saying. The guys would be able to take whatever she had on her from her. That wouldn't have changed anything, unless she, like you said, Gigi, unless she was hip and she felt the vibe earlier. You feel what I'm saying? But it seems like she didn't. She was too trusting of them, and that was the thing. She was too trusting of them, and she was too trusting of Blue, because she was going back telling Blue all of this stuff because Blue wasn't currently hanging with the crew. Remember, Blue fell out with the crew over that botched robbery with Ace. You remember? So she up here and trusting in Blue, you know, doing a little pillow talk when they do their sneaky link. She doing her little pillow talk with her, telling her, you know, things, and then Blue going back trying to gain favor with the crew. And you know all this was jealousy. You know all this was jealousy.
Yeah.
And envy. That's all it was. It's sad. So yeah, when you are a prettier woman, I know it's hard to be around other women that might be on your same level of attractiveness or whatever. You know, because different women everyone looks different. But beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But if you are an attractive woman, be careful who you surround yourself with, because that's the main driver for other women trying to do things to you. They hate the fact that you are receiving more attention than them, or it's more guys talking to you than them. Like, be careful with that, because they get a smile in your face and have so much deep-seated hatred for you, you know, in their heart. And you never know what they would try to do to, like, set you up. And that's what they're doing now. They're setting these women up. Mm-hmm. It's sad.
Well, I was thinking when she was able to get to her phone, it would be nice if she had a Glock there, was able to get to that Glock and just lay back on the wall and start firing off, okay? And therefore, it would hear the noise of that Glock. Somebody gonna know something going on, okay? Even if she go out, she gonna go out like Queen Latifah and set it off. Do you understand? Okay. Okay, boo, 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 okay? She going out, okay? So that's just my thought. When she got to the phone, if she had a Glock there and was able to fire back, that would have been awesome. And also, for me, I know you talk more about looks. For me, it's more about integrity. Being around people that have integrity, and I think you have to start with yourself, with having integrity and your values and your morals. When you look at Mahogany, it does not seem like she had integrity. She hung around like-minded people. I don't think it really had much to do with, oh, you're so beautiful, whatever. Mahogany, she lived a dangerous lifestyle. She did horrible things to people. I hear that she was setting up to kill one of those girls, and they were setting up to kill her.
Tasia.
That's what they were saying. That somebody just texted me that. They said, did you know that Mahogany was planning to killing Tasia? She was setting that up.
Yeah,
so
Tasia.
It's I don't care how pretty or ugly you are, if you have a dark energy about yourself and you don't have good integrity and your morals and values, and that's what you attract, your future will be doomed. You know, no matter how pretty you are. I'm not too hung up on this pretty ugly shit. But to me, it's about your spirit, who you are, your values, integrity, and so on and so forth. You need to be around like-minded people. But you know what? Mahogany, she was around like-minded people. So what do you say with that? You know, I'm kind of lost for words with that one.
Yeah, Alabama does have the death penalty. That's one of the few, somebody in the comments was asking. Yeah, we do. We have the death penalty here. Actually, they just enacted it about a week or so ago and used it. They have a different method that they use now. But yeah, we have the death penalty here. Yeah, we do. And they deserve it. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, Gigi. It's all about integrity. And it's unpopular opinion. Some people in the chat might get mad, but in a way, she brought this on herself. Because as an adult, you should know You know what I'm saying? You should learn how to like gauge people, learn their vibes. You know what I'm saying? If you know these people aren't doing right, don't hang around them. And if you are immersing or you are making the conscious decision to decide to get into this lifestyle, you know there's a lot of bad things that come along with it that could potentially happen to you. And see, a lot of these younger people, they're living for the moment. They don't live for the future. They don't have any future plans. They're living in the moment. And in this internet and all this mess, it got them thinking that they're just invincible and nothing ever happened to them and they can just wild out. No, man. No, that's not reality, bro. Wake up, bro. In Alabama, bro, and they will throw the book at you. Forget the book, the whole library. They don't play here. You know what I'm saying? So all of them are gonna get hemmed up pretty bad, pretty bad. They gonna get what they deserve.
I hope they do. And you know, when I look at guys and guys do this, like the gangs fighting against gangs, you know what they tell me? They say we have this thing. You live by the sword. You what?
You die by the sword.
Okay.
Yep.
You die by the sword.
Absolutely. And my father, rest his soul, something he always told me that rang true out my whole entire life. Man, that was a smart man. But he always told me, he said, son, when you get out here in the world, all right, you need to make sure you surround yourself with people who have just as much to lose as you or more. Because if you are hanging around people that have nothing to lose, they're going to lose your for you. You feel what I'm saying? They're going to lose your SHIT for you. And he wasn't lying. I think that man was ahead of his time in the way he was thinking, but it was so true. So true. Mm-hmm. So y'all be mindful about who y'all hang around, man. Please.
And I want to add to that, not only be mindful who you hang around with, but be mindful who you are. Check yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Are you right? And
Yep.
and a lot of people, they don't want to be right. They don't want to live right. They want to get away with doing wrong. They want to be a criminal and get away with it. So what do you say? What advice do you give to a person that wants to live wrong?
You can't kill them anything. You can't, because it's self-accountability. Like you said, it starts with self-accountability. That's what made me change my life. When I was looking around all these guys that was like getting unalived and going to prison and stuff, and I was out here doing the same thing with them, I'm like, nah, bro, this ain't the route for me. I had to sit back and check myself. Like, bro, do you really want to go through this, bro? You really want your life to be like this, man? What are you doing? Like, bro, what you doing? You know what I'm saying? So I had to check myself. And I know my father would not have been proud of me how I was living my life at the time. So I had to change my life, man. I cut off all ties with everybody.
But were you proud of yourself? Were you proud of yourself the way you were living? You were?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Wait. Come on. In my younger years?
Yeah. Were you proud of yourself during that time when you were, I guess, being a menace? Were you proud of yourself? Were you proud of being a menace? Some people are.
Actually, the sad thing is, yes. Sad thing is, yes, I was. But that's when I was blind and I had the veil over my eyes and I didn't realize, what I was doing. Like you got to check yourself and realize where you're going and what you're doing, like you said, Gigi. Yeah, At the time, I was all into it, playing with guns, and we're going to do this, we're going to be, like, no, man, that's not the way to live. That's not the way to live. I was going to either end up two places.
Yeah. Do you know why you went that route? Why did you, do people wrong? Do you know why you went that route?
Honestly, well, I grew up in a pretty stable household. I had my mother and my father for a while. It was just my father, he passed away when I was a bit younger, when I was going on 13. He died right in front of me. And up to that point, I was a good kid. I was a good kid, quiet, very mannerable, and everything. But I don't know. To me, it just, I felt so hurt and lost, and I didn't quite understand. Like, hey, people are going to go. People are going to die. And I was using that anger that I had because I was a daddy's boy. I wanted to be just like my father because he served in the military. That's why I ended up changing my life and doing the same thing. He was like my hero. He was a man's man. He was all about protecting his family and providing it. Every day he would have me sit down after about 2 or 3 hours of video gaming and watching TV. He'll have me sit down and do my timetables or read a couple of chapters out of a book. He was always about advancing your mind and your intellect, you know, because So, and though I kind of lost my way when he passed away, and it was nothing my mother could do with me, man. I was a handful with my mama, man, and I regret that to this day that I took her through what I took her through when I was younger. It was just
I think
you know.
when it comes to death, a lot of the community, we don't prepare ourselves with coping with death, and we don't prepare our loved ones to how to cope with death and what it does to one's mind. It seems to just ignore it and just okay, but the preparation for it, I don't see it.
Yeah. Well, it was me just trying to fit in and also trying to figure out how to deal with all that anger and just being upset. Oh, my dad's gone. My dad's wrong. F the world. F the world. Not understanding I had a mother there who loved me just as hard. You feel what I'm saying?
No,
Like
but you
I
were
was just
heartbroken. You never
Yeah.
experienced that, not having a father, and I don't think that the world prepared you for this loss and what it mean and how you can cope. You did not know how to cope, so you went off the rails because you didn't know how to cope. It was shocking. I
didn't.
understand.
So I
I
ended
get
up
it.
with the wrong people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
that's
I'm
when I
saying if
started
we
like
have
hanging with the wrong people.
more communication and more, teachings how to cope when it comes to different things, I think that our community would be better. Just like how to cope when dealing with the breakup. I hear often, I see news articles, a man, boy, take out his girlfriend because she broke up with them, but nobody is teaching that person how to cope. How do you cope
Yeah.
when your heart broke? How do you distract yourself and focus on the prize? And how do you pour into yourself? How do you gain strength within yourself versus depending on everybody else to love you? How do you love yourself? Who are you? What does that mean to you? But half of us can't even communicate how we feel because a lot of us are not taught to communicate or express ourselves. A lot of us have anxiety problems, which we go to drinking or drugs or whatever because we don't know how to express how we feel. Nobody have taught us that skill.
Yeah, and it's crazy because around the time my father passed away, that was around the time he was starting to teach me those things. Because, he wanted me to be a certain age to where I could understand certain things he tried to convey to me. So he would give me, information little by little, what I'm saying, as I grew up. So I know a lot of things I would not have understood at the time.
90 seconds.
I would not have understood any of that stuff my dad was telling me at the time he passed away. So I didn't, he was working into that, and that's when he passed away. And that's why I just felt so, like you said, so lost. I didn't know how to cope with it.
Yeah,
I didn't.
That's natural reaction. That's
and
natural.
And a lot of young men, and I hate the fact that a lot of young men, they're actually taught the wrong thing. Hey, be this
60 seconds.
You don't never supposed to cry around women. You don't Man, that is so toxic to me. That is so toxic to me because just like women, men need a safe place as well. Bro, it's okay to cry, bro. It's okay to express your emotions. It's okay to hug people. It's okay as a man. You know what I'm saying? And we're taught that, any of that is signs of being feminine and this, that, and the other. It's so much of this toxic masculinity that needs to just be eradicated.
Something about that? Okay, so why isn't you leaving your baby mama, you not being there for your child? Why isn't that seen a sign of being feminine? Because you're neglect your responsibility. You're not taking accountability. You're not being a provider.
Right.
But they don't.
10 seconds.
They choose what they want to push as an agenda. But to me, it's all bull crap. But I will say this: even though you have someone that will tell a young person some life teachings, and sometimes that young one may not get it that moment, but when I tell you, they will keep it in the back of their mind, and once they come of age, it will would trace back to what your grandpa said, and it will click for you. Like, oh, I
Mm-hmm.
get it now. Oh, it's all right. So it's okay to give teachings to one that may not receive it at that time. But once you plant that seed, it will always stay with them and they will always remember.
Yep. That's exactly what happened to me, Gigi. Years later, the light bulb clicked on in my head because a lot of those things my dad was doing back then, I hated it. I hated having to take away time from my video game to go do timetables and read books and you know what I'm saying? At the time, I hated it, and I didn't understand that he was trying to instill integrity in me and instill my wanting to like my inquisitive nature was all because of what my dad instilled in me and the seed he implanted in me when I was younger. Even though I was rebellious against it, it was so strong that it stayed there. And it clicked. It clicked. It really did. That's what I'm saying. That having a good, positive role model in the house, especially with a man, that is so paramount and imperative. It is. It's so important because that clicked to me years later. And I was like, oh, I understand what he was trying to do. I get it now. As you get older, you change perspective on things, and it blew my mind. I'm like, wow, everything he was doing was for the betterment of me. And I didn't understand it at the time. So I understand exactly what you're saying, Gigi.
Yep, you get it now. That's what it's all about. All right, so I
Yeah.
want you guys to stay there. We do have a few more callers. Calling from
Okay.
704, you're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this?
Hey, Gigi, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, Gigi, I'm good. Hey, I'm a little confused. Like, I be listening to the conversation, and I just don't understand, like, how does that conversation take place? Like, how do all these people get to a point where they're like, okay, we're going to do this? Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never been in a room and, like, a murder plot come up or a rape plot come up.
Got
But
it.
I'm like,
Okay.
okay, that's fine. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
All
But,
right.
like, how does that happen? Like, I've never
Got it. Okay.
I've
well,
never been in a room like that. How does that happen?
Let's take a strike at it, okay? Thank you so much for calling. So, what are your thoughts, Jay and Dicey? The caller wanted to know, how does that happen? How do you strike up a conversation to plan somebody else's demise?
Well, you got to remember malice grows. It's an inceptive thought. It's not something that you plot. In other words, you got to remember that this is something that's stemming from a botched robbery from 2 years ago, the yellow Camaro, and somebody was holding on to that anger. So on top of that anger, there was also hearsay and rumors. If you remember the story, you got Blue, Ariana, and Mahogany all having a fallout with Tasia at some point, and Mahogany supposedly wanting to set up Tasia. But then for whatever reason, they all started getting back along with Tasia, and for whatever reason, Blue started filling Ariana's head with certain things that Mahogany told her because they were all involved in the same pillow talk, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
And from there on, you can only imagine how something that's seeping can grow and fester into something so cancerous, especially when you got Tasia playing both sides, making everyone think that Mahogany was starting to set up their own. Okay, fine. They're all in a group and they all set up men. And can you imagine the ones that know all the men that you set up is someone of your own? So Tasia probably called up all these guys and said, hey, you know what? We're going to teach her a lesson. All because Tasia just got tired. Or Blue, maybe, you know what? I'm going to go with reading books is J Theory because that makes a little bit more sense. Blue wanting to come back as top dog. Can you imagine Blue leaves as top dog and is shamed and kicked out, and now you got to come back as the run in the bottom of the group, and you see Mahogany being much farther up in the ladder? Like when you start thinking in that type of mentality, it makes sense when you've been in that type of situation, in the hierarchy situation where all you want to do is get up that ladder. You want that status quo again, that homie vibe. Oh yeah, so easy to go against the little one. You see the underdog. She's 20 and she's moving up so fast along these little, organized crime groups or whatnot. But it's all because they're supposed to be working together. And just like Gigi said in the beginning, Tasia being 26 and Mahogany being 20, it's supposed to be big sis teaching little sis. But instead, you have Blue telling Ariana Mahogany's pillow talk. So why aren't we looking at Blue as the instigator? You got places that hold people accountable for other people taking themselves out when they were texting them or talking to them and they could have talked them out of it or they could have reported the police. Why in the world can't we go after Blue in the same way when Blue herself admitted to sharing Mahogany's information to Ariana? Ariana took the advantage because she was biased, because she didn't like the fact that Mahogany had slept with her, dead baby daddy. Oh, yeah, pride, sure. Pride with whom? What is the outcome? When you're a criminal, are you not thinking 20 steps ahead? Are you playing checkers or chess here? Did you forget the number one rule of there is no honor amongst thieves? You are on your own. You're born on your own. You will always do things on your own. And when others know what you've done, guess what? Now they got something on you. So no wonder everybody recorded. Of course I'm going to record. I'm going to hold this on everybody. What you guys think? That Google isn't this mass machine that's recording everything? Did you all forget that you need either a Gmail or an iCloud to download these apps? You got me twisted. Really, people?
Yeah, and that's how slow they are, because they don't understand that everything that you record in your phone, everything is sent to a digital cloud. You feel what I'm saying? So this is why when people wipe their phones, the police can still get their hands, the FBI can still get their hands on anything previously that you had in that phone. That's why. It's no different than like a video game system. And I couldn't say it no better than Dicey. It's intrusionary thoughts. These are things that build up over time. It's kind of like that crab in the barrel type of mentality. And all these people out here on the internet trying to get their little 15 minutes of fame. And they're just like those little crabs in the barrel. Because if you ever watch, if you ever actually watch crabs in a barrel, they never get out. Because it's all the ones from the bottom
the people on something? My little soldier trooper, can you remind the people who created the military and for what reason? Yes, that's right, our own Navy. Our own Navy created the military so they would be able to communicate in other ways that the enemy would not be able to. And guess why they released it to the public, to the civilians to be exact? They released it to us so we could be basically the bushes that they hide in. Think about it. And you know what? Guess what? It's a weapon of mass distraction. So while you're putting your information and letting everybody know your business because the AI has to get to know you and get along with you, oh, happy-go-lucky, guess who has a profile on you too? It ain't just Google, babies. Every time you rent a car, you connect your Bluetooth. You guys just don't understand. You all went to sleep. Did you forget that you have to sign terms and conditions? Did you read it? Nah, it's too much, right? I'm just going to scroll down and click at the bottom. Agree. I need to get on this now. You all don't understand what the game is because you went to sleep.
Facts. And she's not lying about that. Every time you hit that accept on those agreement clauses, on whatever device you're on, you're giving the
tell them the truth, Jay.
to get into your life.
Jay.
You're not lying.
Don't tell them the truth. Don't be lying. Tell them the truth.
Yeah.
The moment you turn on any device that has any type of internet connection, be it Wi-Fi, be it mobile, be it landline, be it Ethernet, I could go on, babies.
Yeah.
Do you have any
Yeah.
idea when the internet was connected? You're talking about over 100 years. Do you even know what the beast is? The Bible even talks about this because they foresaw it. You all went to sleep. You think that religion is some kind of organized thing. No, it's telling you the future, and you guys decided to twist it.
And she's not lying either, because when I was in the military, I've seen technology that is not for the mass public consumption. Like the federal government has their hands on technology that's far surpassed what you have your hands on currently today. Some of the stuff I saw blew my mind. I'm like, wow, we have these type of defense systems set up like this. This AI thing is just now being released to the public because there was a private company who made a deal with the federal government to go public with it, as long as they reserved some of the technology for the government, right? But this AI thing has been in the works for years and years, man. You have no idea. Man, it's scary out there. They're recording you through your cameras on your phone. They're recording any kind of text, anything you're sending out, anything you're receiving. Oh, it's all in this huge cloud. And trust me, they can get their hands on anything.
It's only a Polaroid, babies. That's it. That's the only thing that's private now.
Yeah.
Any other camera has a semiconductor device that keeps it in the memory. You guys just don't understand how technology works because you don't care to learn about it. Why do you think these program things are able to keep the memory?
Right. And no, Stevie Ray, I did not see aliens, bro. I don't know if he's trolling or anything, but just know you can sit up there and make jokes about it all you want to. But like I said, the government has far more advanced technology than they're letting you know about. And I saw some of it. So that's all I'm going to say about it. You know what I'm saying? So, you can troll all you want to, but you need to wake up, bro.
I mean, we have over 2,000 satellites up in our orbit space. Are you kidding me? If they wanted to, they could actually ping all the timeline where Mahogany was moving. And that's what I'm waiting for. I want to know what cell phone provider was holding her phone, because I want to know where she was at, or at least that device was at, because they ended up finding it by her body but away from her. So where did we miss where did we drop the ball here that the cops couldn't find her when her mom was telling them, hey, she says that she's being held hostage? I want to clarify something, Jay. So Tasia Lewis was actually arrested that Sunday morning, because when they went back, they showed the video to Tasia where she was shown, and it was Ariana that was arrested last from her Amazon job, because nobody else knew where she lived, but they knew where she worked.
And she went to work? Ariana went to work?
They knew all of it.
Yeah, it was like nothing. Actually, look, let me show you how nonchalant the situation was. After they
got arrested.
How could she go
after
to
they
work?
out her,
How
the
could she
people
go
went to go
work?
pick up their own kids like it was another freaking Sunday.
Yeah, that's
like
what she
it
got
never
arrested at her
happened,
job.
Gigi. Like it never happened.
No way.
That
scared the hell
warehouse
out of
that's
me.
connected to Amazon.
That
and she was working
scares
there.
me. That scares me so bad. So you mean to tell me I can be working at Amazon and it's a killer next to me? You mean to tell me I'll be ordering Amazon packages and the killer is coming to my door?
You never know.
You know what I would like for it to happen? That when we actually catch a murderer within the first 24 hours, that we test their chemical, biological reactions. You know, when you go on the airport and you go through TSA, sometimes you get picked on the line and they test your palms because they want to see your biorhythms. Can we do that in all these cases? So then maybe we could start putting it in employers, and maybe we could start realizing that this criminal activity stuff does something to your body. We need to understand this already. We've been here way too long, ladies and gentlemen. We're acting too dumb. There's something not right. How is it that some just decide to, oh yeah, you know what? Today I'm just gonna go commit all these crimes and let's see if I get caught for $200. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
You're joking, right?
Yeah. And I want to say this. No, Steve, we good, bro. Ain't no beef, no smoke between us, bro. You good. What I was just saying, when I said I seen technology that was more advanced than what the public had their hands on, man, they had systems. They had these computer systems that were unmanned. You feel what I'm saying? That could communicate with drones. You know what I'm saying? They use drones now, you know what I'm saying, to like attack, insurgents and everything, right? But when I was in, this stuff was already in play. It just wasn't known to the public. You know what I'm saying? And I got to see some of that stuff. And, man, it's scary just how advanced those systems were. And it didn't take any type of human involvement. They were literally communicating with each other, the system to the drone. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is scary to think about. And this was years ago. So imagine what they're doing now, what type of technology they're having now. That's what I'm saying, bro. Yeah. But it ain't no smoking there like that. No, bro. We good.
Well, we do have another call. I want to get this caller in. Calling from 301. You're live on the air. What are your thoughts about this? 301, if you can turn your radio or your TV down, I would appreciate that. 301, are you there? Okay. All right, well, that's that. All right, well, I just want to say I thank both of you, Jay and Dicey, for being so informative, for spending time with us and letting us know what's going around with this case. I would definitely be on this tomorrow and this whole week. And any last words? And I just want to say thank you for the audience. Thanks for the likes, the shares, the comments, and just being here with us as we deep dive into Mahogany Jackson and finding out what really happened. I've learned so much on this live today, and I discovered so many things I did not even know. And thank you. And that goes to Jay and Dicey. Thank you so much. Any last words before we close it out tonight?
Jay, again, thank you so much for your services from the bottom of my heart. You and your troop, I appreciate you. And Gigi, I'm going to be here helping you out any way I can, and as long as I'm still breathing. So thank you for doing this.
I need you.
Well, thank y'all for saying that, and I appreciate it. And like I said, it was my pleasure to serve, because like I said, I love America just like everybody else. I know we got our problems, but I just love people in general. I believe in people, unity and solidarity. All of this evilness in the world needs to be eradicated, So, yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Everybody just be careful, be mindful of who you hang around. And if you see any red flags, hightail it out of there, man. Hightail it out there. Like what's his name? Road Runner? You don't need to be in there but smoke left right there when you know what I'm saying? Get out of there. Because this is a dangerous world. Especially women. Men are different now. So take care of yourself. That's all I got.
All right. Well, Jay, hopefully we can hear from you often as well. Always feel free. The lines are open. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Love you all. Bye.
Okay. All right.
Bye. Night. Thank you.